What if your greatest triumph was also your most exquisite torment? What if victory came with chains forged in your own hubris? Sisyphus, the cunning king, dared to outsmart the gods, spinning tales that could make a serpent blush. But in his audacity, he sealed his fate. Now, he pushes his boulder, a ceaseless, mocking orb of stone, up a hill that laughs at his struggle, only to watch it tumble back down, again and again, as if the universe itself chuckles at his defiance. What kind of cosmic joke is this? Picture this, a king with the wit of a stand-up comedian and the audacity of a high-stakes gambler. He rolled the dice against deities, thinking he could tip the scales of fate. Spoiler alert, he lost. The price? An eternity of futile labor. Yet within that absurdity lies dark comedy. Isn't it ironic? The man who thought he could cheat death ended up being death's jester. But wait, what if that boulder isn't just a rock? What if it's a symbol of every burden you bear, every choice you make? Each push sends shockwaves through the fabric of existence, and you can't shake the feeling that something watches from the shadows. Perhaps the gods are laughing, or perhaps they're the ones trembling. What if Sisyphus's punishment was merely a ruse, a smokescreen for a far graver truth? Life's a cruel joke, isn't it? Each day, you bounce between triumph and despair, wrapped in a tight ball of ambition and dread. Sisyphus knew this dance, and he played it like a master. His laughter echoed in the halls of Olympus, mocking the very laws that bound him. But is laughter a sign of madness, or the only sane response to an absurd world? Consider the boulder, each push, a Sisyphean struggle. Every time you think you've reached the summit, reality yanks you back down. The pursuit of meaning in a world that seems determined to snatch it away. The gods might sit on their thrones, sipping ambrosia, but you? You're in the trenches, battling your own fate, and somehow, you find humor in it. How does one find solace in hopelessness? How does one wrestle with despair while grinning like a Cheshire cat? Sisyphus rediscovered joy in the push, in the fall, and in the relentless absurdity that mocked his every effort. This is where the intrigue lies. What if the real doom was not the eternal punishment, but the insatiable quest for meaning in a universe that offers none? A cosmic riddle, dangling the carrot of understanding just out of reach. In that laughter, that struggle, that dance with despair, lies an unexpected revelation. Sisyphus isn't merely a tragic figure, he's the archetype for every soul grappling with the weight of existence. And as the boulder rolls, the question hangs heavy: what will you make of your own Sisyphean climb? Will you curse the gods, or will you laugh in their faces, knowing that the real power lies in your choice to rise again, each push a defiance against the absurd tapestry of life? In the stillness of a moonless night, when shadows flicker like ghosts dancing on the edge of reality, Sisyphus stands at the precipice, heart pounding, breath shallow. He's not just a man, he's a paradox, a living contradiction of defiance and despair, tangled in the coils of fate that bind him to a mountain that looms like a titan, unforgiving and eternal. The stone, cold and unyielding, sits at his feet, a beast waiting to be unleashed, yet it is he who is the captive, shackled by the weight of his own choices. I remember the way he hesitated, just for a heartbeat, before heaving the massive boulder. A fleeting moment, but in that silence, the air crackled with the tension of 1,000 stories waiting to be told. The echoes of laughter from the gods rang in his ears, mocking him, a chorus of divine disdain. They had fashioned him in their image, cunning, clever, and brimming with hubris. They watched, not in rage, but in cruel amusement, as he wrestled with his fate, the stone a metaphor for the very essence of his existence. And then there's Mera P., his wife, the star of the night sky, forever trapped in a constellation of sorrow. I remember her eyes, twin pools of longing and loss, reflecting the light of a distant sun that would never warm her again. She had begged him to stay, to forsake his schemes and surrender to the simplicity of love, but Sisyphus was a man consumed by ambition, a fire that burned too brightly, too fiercely. "You'll regret this," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that lingered like incense in the air, but he was already lost, swept away in the currents of his own making. The boulder rolled, heavy and relentless. Each time Sisyphus pushed it to the summit, it would tumble back, crashing down like thunder echoing through the valleys of his soul. I can almost hear the grinding of stone against stone, the sound like nails scraping against a chalkboard, a reminder of the futility tattooed in the very fabric of his being. Every slip, every failure, stung harder than the last, an agonizing cycle of hopelessness. Hope, like a flickering flame, danced just out of reach, taunting him, whispering sweet nothings that turned bitter on his tongue. I remember the moments when he would sit beside the boulder, sweat mingling with dirt on his brow, staring into the abyss of the night sky. Stars winked down at him, indifferent to his plight, each one a tiny pinprick in the vastness, reminders of dreams that could never be realized. "What is the point?" he muttered, the words ricocheting off the stones like lost prayers. Yet somewhere deep within him, a stubborn ember refused to die. He was a king, after all, crowned with the laurels of his own intelligence, cunning enough to outsmart even death, or so he thought. But the gods had their own plans. They reveled in his punishment, the irony dripping like honey from their lips. They had given him the gift of life, boundless, beautiful, and ultimately a cruel joke. I can feel the weight of that gift pressing down, like an anvil on his heart. The laughter of the gods echoed in his mind, a symphony of betrayal. Sisyphus could have been a hero, a man who conquered kingdoms, but instead, he became a legend of despair. His cunning trickery, meant to outsmart death, had turned into a never-ending nightmare, a Sisyphean cycle of hopeless labor. And then there's death, a specter cloaked in shadows, an ever-present whisper in the back of Sisyphus's mind. I remember how he would taunt him, an insistent presence lurking at the edges of consciousness. "You think you can escape me?" Death would sneer, a voice like gravel grinding underfoot. "You're mine. You've always been mine." Sisyphus, with his heart aflame, would shake his fist at the heavens, the rebellion surging within like a tempest, even as reality clutched at his throat. The stone was his prison, but he would not go quietly into that eternal night. He would fight, even against the absurdity of it all. And Merope? She was a ghost of a memory now, haunting every corner of his mind, every whispered promise lost in the winds of time. I remember her laughter, the way it wrapped around him like a warm embrace, a fleeting warmth in the cold expanse of existence. Each time he lost the boulder to the cruel slope, he lost a piece of her. With every futile ascent, he cried out for her, for the love that had slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. "Forgive me," he begged to the void, to the stars that knew nothing of his anguish. But the stars twinkled on, indifferent, as the weight of the stone began to feel like a noose tightening around his neck, a reminder of every choice he had made, every fork in the road that led him to this cursed fate. I remember how the darkness would stretch out before him, a gaping maw that threatened to swallow him whole. The mountain loomed behind him, a towering specter, and he stood in its shadow, forever struggling against a fate that felt preordained. In those moments, as the stone rolled perilously close to the edge, I could feel the tension in the air, thick and electric, a heartbeat pounding with raw intensity. Would this be the time he would succeed? Would he feel the thrill of triumph surge through him, even if only for a moment? The hope was a fragile thing, fluttering like a moth trapped in a jar, desperate for freedom. And yet, as the boulder slipped from his fingers again, crashing down into the darkness below, the crushing weight of despair settled over him like a shroud. He was destined to repeat this cycle, forever caught in the throes of his own making, a dance of futility that echoed through the ages. I remember, he whispered to the night, the words trembling in the still air, a defiance that spoke of something deeper, something raw and unyielding. This was not just punishment, this was his existence, a testament to the human spirit, relentless even in the face of impossible odds. And so, Sisyphus pushed the stone again, each heave a declaration of war against the universe, each breath a rebellion. I remember the glimmer of hope that flickered deep within him. There is beauty in the struggle, he dared to believe, even when the world turned its back. Each step up that mountain was a reminder that even in the depths of despair, a spark could ignite the heart, and perhaps, just perhaps, he would find his way back to the stars, or at least to the memory of a love lost amidst the ruins of his ambition. As the mountain loomed ahead, the darkness whispered, "This is only the beginning," and in that whisper, the cycle continued, the stone rolled on. The moon hangs low, a ghostly eye watching over the desolate ruins of Athens, its beam slicing through the night like a knife. I stand amidst the crumbling marble, the remnants of gods and men whispering secrets in the stillness. Shadows dance, elongating and twisting, reminding me of the spirits that once roamed these streets, tormented souls caught between what was and what could never be. The air thickens with tension, charged with the weight of a world teetering on the brink of despair. I remember the sound of laughter echoing off the stone walls, a stark contrast to the silence that now chokes the city. They bathed once a year. I chuckle, a hint of sarcasm lacing my tone. So yeah, romance was earthy. Yet, it's not the absence of hygiene that haunts me. It's the absence of belief, the fervor that once ignited the hearts of men and women, fueling their hopes, their fears, their very existence. At the heart of this world lived Lysandra, a priestess with eyes like molten gold, burning with conviction. She stood at the altar, an unwilling mediator between the divine and the mundane, a vessel for the gods who tugged at her soul like puppeteers. "You must believe, my child," her mentor would whisper, his voice trembling like the flickering flame of an oil lamp, "for faith is the marrow of life." But what happens when faith falters, when the gods remain silent amidst the cries of the suffering? The tension crackles with every heartbeat, pulsing in her ears like the war drums of distant battles. "Why must I sacrifice to a god who does not answer?" she would scream into the encroaching dark, desperation curling around her heart like a serpent, squeezing tight. Her faith once stood tall, a fortress against the storms of doubt, but now it teeters on the edge of collapse, a fragile structure made of the dreams of countless souls. Across the city, in a dimly lit tavern, sat Callias, a philosopher, drowning his sorrows in a cup of wine that swirled like the cosmos. "To know thyself," he muttered, the word slurring like a lover's lullaby, "is to embrace the void." He wore his cynicism like a shroud, a defense against the crushing burden of existence. Each sip ignited embers of clarity, but the reality of life burned his heart. "What's the point?" he wailed to the shadows. "If fate is already written, why do we bother to write?" The question hung in the air like smoke, suffocating and intoxicating, leaving him clutching at nothingness. Yet beneath the weariness, beneath the wine-soaked laughter, lay a flicker of hope, the yearning for something more than the acceptance of a predetermined fate. His mind raced, thoughts colliding like stars in a supernova, searching for meaning in a chaotic universe. If the gods are just myths, he pondered bitterly, why do we still build our lives around their stories? Each syllable dripped with irony, as if the cosmos itself were laughing at him, mocking his struggle for understanding. In the shadows of their lives, the specter of tragedy loomed, a constant reminder of the fragility of existence. The plague had swept through their families, unrelenting, unforgiving, a thief in the night. "The gods are angry," the people whispered, their voices trembling like dying embers. "We must appease them." Yet Lysandra felt the weight of her own impotence, her prayers falling flat against the indifferent sky. "What do you want from me?" she cried out, her voice raw with anguish, echoing through the deserted streets, swallowed by the darkness. In the flickering candlelight of their separate worlds, they were bound by the same struggle, a quest for truth in a universe that felt surreal, absurd. They were the lost children of ancient beliefs, grappling with the specters of morality and fate, desperately seeking meaning in the chaos. "Do I believe in the gods?" she wondered, "or do I believe in my own heart?" The question reverberated like a drumbeat against her ribs, a relentless reminder of the tension between faith and doubt. The night deepens, shadows stretch and yawn. The memory of laughter fades, replaced by the chilling realization that the gods once walked among them, breathing life into their hopes and fears, but now seem like ghosts, silent and indifferent. "Perhaps we are the gods, our dreams, our desires," Callias mused, but the weight of that thought was almost unbearable. "To live is to suffer, to hope, to love, and then to lose," he whispered, surrendering to the bittersweet ache that filled his chest. And so they wandered through the ruins of what once was, searching for echoes of belief that no longer resonated. Lysandra, with her heart torn between duty and desire, and Callias, the philosopher who knew too much yet grasped at nothing, two souls adrift in a sea of uncertainty. They were haunted by the specters of their choices, each step echoing in the hollow silence of a world stripped of its certainties. As dawn broke over the horizon, the first light crept in, illuminating the dust that swirled like forgotten dreams. The city awoke, the cries of the past mingling with the hope of the present. Yet, the unanswered questions lingered, woven into the fabric of their being. What do we do when the gods fall silent? Lysandra's voice quivered, heavy with the weight of despair. What do we do when the myths crumble? The answer hung in the air, tantalizingly out of reach. It was a fragile thread, a whisper of a promise that perhaps, just perhaps, they could find meaning in the chaos, a spark igniting the hearts of those who dared to believe, to hope, to love in a world where belief seemed but a distant memory. And so, as I stood among the ruins, feeling the weight of their stories pressing against my skin, I realized that the echoes of ancient beliefs and values still resonated within us, pulsing like the blood that coursed through our veins. The cycle continues, and the story is far from over. The air crackles with the tension of 1,000 whispered secrets, and as I stand at the foot of the grand temple of Apollo, I feel it, the weight of ancient eyes watching. The sun hangs low, casting long shadows that seem to stretch and warp, hinting at truths best left buried. I remember the chants, reverberating through the streets of Delphi, as if the very stones were alive with the pulse of 1,000 heartbeats. My pulse quickens, a frantic drum echoing in time with the weight of prophecy and despair. There's a flicker to my left, a figure cloaked in shadows, eyes gleaming like obsidian, the priestess Pythia. She stands at the threshold of the divine and the mortal, a bridge over a chasm of chaos. Her breath hitches as the air thickens with the scent of burnt laurel leaves, and I can see the flicker of fear dance in her gaze, a fear that churns like a tempest within her. It's not the fear of the gods, but of the truth she must voice. Will he come back, she whispers, and the question hangs heavy, an anchor dragging us both into an abyss of uncertainty. I remember the tales of Odysseus, the hero who braved the wrath of Poseidon to return to Ithaca, and yet here I am, facing the complexities of love and loyalty, the weight of human frailty. Pythia trembles before the divine, her hand shaking, a marionette cut from its strings. The fates spin the threads, but they do not weave them for us, she murmurs, her voice trembling, half a prayer, half a curse. And there is Theron, a man forged from the iron of his own convictions, yet he stands on the precipice, teetering between courage and cowardice. He bears the scars of battle, but the wars within him are far bloodier than any fought on the fields of Marathon. I can see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt, a candle fighting against the winds of fate. He stares at the horizon, searching for something that has already slipped through his fingers. My father spoke of the gods as if they were our kin, yet here I am, alone in their shadow, he confesses, and I feel the weight of his disillusionment surge like a tidal wave. The city pulses around us, alive with the laughter of children, the cries of traders, the murmurs of a society that thrives on the myths of heroes and gods. But beneath it lies a current of fear, the haunting echo of stories told by the fire, where the monsters lurk just out of sight, waiting patiently to emerge. The myths were never mere stories, they were the very fabric of existence, stitched with the fears and hopes of a people who believed that the gods walked among them. I remember the dark tales, the whispers of Hades, the underworld that hungered for souls, and the dread of being forgotten, of having one spirit lost in the shadows. Pointless rituals, sacrificial offerings, blood spilled upon the altar, a desperate plea for favor from the divine. But what do they care? Theron scoffs, bitterness curling his lips. We are ants beneath their feet, to be crushed or spared at whim. But it's not whim, it's the weight of legacy. I can almost hear the laughter of the fates, weaving and spinning, their fingers dancing over our lives. We are born of the stories we tell, I say, and the words hang in the air like an incantation. Each myth is a mirror, reflecting our deepest fears, our wildest hopes. Pythia gasps, as if I've struck a chord deep within her. She knows the truth of it, she lives and breathes it daily, a vessel of the divine yet tethered to the earth. Heartbeats pound in unison as we stand at this crossroads, emotion thickening the air. The tragedy is inevitable, the gods demand it, and we are bound by the threads of fate. I can see Theron's struggle, his heart is a riot of conflict. I wanted to believe in something greater, he shouts, voice rising, trembling with rage. But what has it given me? Only pain. There's a catharsis in his anger, a release, and I want to scream with him, feel the surge of humanity clash against the indifference of Olympus. Pythia's eyes glisten, not with tears, but with a fierce determination. We are what we choose to believe, she whispers fiercely, clutching the laurel wreath, its leaves a vibrant green against the encroaching darkness. Even in our madness, there is power. Her voice is electric, igniting a fire deep within me. I can feel it, the spark of a revolution against fate, a rebellion against the stories written in the stars. But the shadows creep closer, whispering of doom. The city of Athens shimmers in the distance, walls draped in history, but there's a haunting quality to the beauty. I remember the stories of heroes, of Perseus and the Gorgon, tales that promised triumph but never told of the cost. What price would we pay to shape our destinies? Time slows, stretches like a taut bowstring, and I can feel all of it, the weight of expectation, the crushing burden of legacy, the relentless march of time. The clock ticks, echoing like a heartbeat, the sound reverberating through the hollow spaces of our minds. We are caught in this moment, suspended between what was and what could be. I remember the ghostly laughter of ancient heroes, a chilling reminder that we are all but fleeting shadows in a play written by the gods. Will you follow the path they have laid, or carve your own? I ask, my voice trembling in the silence, and the world holds its breath. Theron turns, and I see the flicker of resolve in his eyes. I will not be a pawn in their game, he vows, the words spilling like molten iron, fierce and unyielding. And Pythia, fierce and fragile, nods in agreement, her spirit ablaze with a fire that defies the darkness. The stories of the ancients swirl around us, and I can feel their weight pressing down like a storm gathering at sea. The myths are alive, breathing, yearning, each one a piece of our own souls woven into the cosmos. The realization crashes over us, a wave that pulls us under and lifts us anew. We are not mere players in a tragedy, we are the architects of our fate, the dreamers of our dreams, and as the sun dips below the horizon, the night unfurls its wings, a canvas waiting for us to paint our stories anew. And in that breathless moment, I know, this is not the end, but merely the beginning, a relentless cycle of hope, despair, and the unyielding power of myth. The figures of our past loom large, the gods listening, but we are here, standing on the edge of eternity, ready to write our truths against the fabric of the universe, against the very myths that bind us. The stone. It loomed before me, a grim spectre of despair, jagged and unforgiving against the backdrop of a sun that burned with indifference. I was there, kneeling in the dust of the mountain, the weight of my failures pressing down like the very rock I was destined to push. I could feel sweat bead on my brow, an unholy mix of heat and anxiety pooling where my heart beat wildly in my chest. This was not just a punishment, it was a cruel jest, a cosmic joke played by the gods, and I, a Sisyphus, king of Corinth, was the punchline. Each time I grasped the stone, the coarse surface digging into my palms, I could hear echoes of laughter. Not the laughter of friends, but the hollow cheer of mockery, a reminder that I was bound to this endless cycle, cursed to push my burden up only to watch it roll back down, just out of reach. You think you can win, Sisyphus? You think you can outsmart the gods? The taunts echoed in my mind, sharp and taunting. But it was not just the stone that crushed my spirit. It was the memories, the faces of those I loved, flickering like shadows in the corners of my mind. There was my wife, the beautiful and fierce, her laughter bright as sunlight, now a ghost haunting the edges of my despair. I remember the warmth of her embrace, the taste of her mouth, a mingling of sweetness and salt that grounded me in my humanity. I remember, I whispered to the wind, my voice trembling in the air, a plea to the heavens. I remember the day I chose power over love. The gods had favored me once, granting me wisdom, cunning, the ability to outwit even death itself. But at what cost? I had chained Hades, held him hostage until the day he triumphed, and now I paid the price. Time and again, I defied destiny, and now I faced the truth of it. I was a king without a kingdom, a man without a heart. Standing close, watching me, was a shadow of another kind. A figure draped in darkness, watching with eyes that burned like coals. It was my brother, the once great Aeolus, a tempest himself. I could see the resentment etched into his face, the bitterness that curled around him like smoke. I had taken everything from him, power, love, even the respect of our father. The jealousy was palpable, a creeping vine of hatred that threatened to strangle the last remnants of our bond. You think you're special, Sisyphus? You think you're above the gods? His voice dripped with venom, each word cutting deeper than the last. I stood, the stone forgotten for a moment, facing him. It's not about being special, Aeolus. It's about what we sacrifice for that illusion. My voice cracked, the tension between us thickening the air. The sky darkened, clouds gathering like ominous thoughts. I remembered how, in our youth, we had dreamed of conquest together, hearts full of ambition, eyes shining with possibility. But dreams turned to nightmares when ambition twisted into greed. I had chosen to wear the crown, and he had chosen to hate me for it. The ground trembled beneath us as I turned back to the stone. A mix of dread and determination surged through my veins. I could not allow myself to be consumed by despair, not when every inch of my being screamed for freedom, for release from this torment. If only the gods had a sense of humor, I thought. Perhaps they would see the absurdity of my plight and grant me a moment of reprieve, a fleeting breath of hope in this never-ending cycle. But hope was as elusive as the wind, slipping through my fingers every time I reached for it. With a deep breath, I grasped the stone once more, the weight anchoring me to the earth. "It's time," I muttered, as if the simple act of speaking could summon strength from the void. I pushed, muscles straining, heart racing, each step an echo of my resolve. The stone budged, inching upward, and for a fleeting moment, I thought, just maybe, this time it would stay. But the gods had no compassion, no mercy. I felt it shift, that rebellious weight, just as I reached the summit. I stumbled backward, the laughter of the gods roaring in my ears as it rolled back down, mocking me, dragging with it every ounce of hope I had clung to. "Why do you persist?" Erla spat, a question that slashed through the air like a knife. "You're a fool for believing in this Sisyphean charade." His words, sharp and tainted, struck home. I was a fool. Yet, in that moment of despair, buried beneath layers of anguish and regret, a flicker of understanding ignited within me. What if it's not about the destination? I whispered, more to myself than anyone else. I remembered the moments of laughter shared with my wife, the warmth of her skin against mine, the smell of fresh olives and ripe figs in the sun. What if the struggle itself is the essence of our existence? I pushed again, feeling the stone shift, not just in the physical realm but in the deeper recesses of my soul. "See? There's no glory in futility," Erla taunted, but I could feel the ground tremor beneath my feet. I was no longer just a king cursed, I was a man wrestling with his very own soul, fighting for the slivers of joy buried beneath the rubble. As the stone rolled back, I felt the shattering weight of despair lift, if only momentarily. I was alive. I existed in this maddening loop, but perhaps there was something to be salvaged. The laughter of the gods echoed in the distance, but it seemed less mocking now, as if they too were caught in the absurdity of it all. In that moment, I saw Erla differently, a brother lost in his own despair, a reflection of my own choices. Our eyes locked, and in that silence, something shifted. A shared understanding, a glimmer of forgiveness, a hint of hope. Perhaps we were all just pushing our stones up the hill, each of us battling our own shadows. And so I pushed again, hands blooded, heart racing, the stone moving, slowly, painfully, but it moved. As I strained against the weight, I felt the connection we shared, the bond forged in struggle, a reminder that we are all intertwined in this cosmic dance of existence. The laughter of the gods faded into the background, becoming a haunting melody, an echo of our eternal plight. With each push, each breath, I carved my place in this world, not as a king but as a man, flawed and relentless. And the shadows loomed, but they would not claim me. I would continue to fight, to struggle, to embrace the absurdity of life, to push that stone until the end of time, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The night air was thick with tension, a stillness that clung to the skin like fog. Somewhere in the distance, a clock struck midnight, each chime reverberating through the abandoned streets of the city, an echo of time slipping away, a reminder that desperation has a way of twisting the mind. I stood there, heart racing, as shadows danced around me, flickering in the dim light of a single, flickering street lamp. The ground beneath my feet was cracked, worn down by the weight of existence, a Sisyphean struggle, an echo of a life lived in futile pursuit. I remember the way Julie's eyes glinted in the darkness, sharp and calculating, like a predator waiting to pounce. She had always been smarter than me, wittier, her laughter a melody of mischief that cut through the gloom. But tonight, there was a gravity in her gaze, an unspoken challenge that trembled in the space between us. I could feel it, the tension coiling tighter, a noose around our unsteady friendship. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I whispered, my voice barely a breath. I remembered when we were children, making up stories of knights and dragons, of conquests and escapes. "This is different, Jules. This is real." Her laughter, sharp and sudden, shattered the silence. "Real? Nothing is real, not anymore. But if we don't act now, we'll be crushed under the weight of our own inaction." I could see the fire in her eyes, a relentless spark that dared me to follow her into the abyss. And there he was, Ethan, lurking in the shadows like a ghost, haunted by his own mistakes, the self-loathing etched on his face. A man desperate to outsmart his demons, yet trapped in their clutches. I remembered his hands trembling as he fumbled with the key, carving out a path to freedom, only to feel the chains tightening around his soul. He had the cunning of a fox, but every plan he hatched was poisoned by self-doubt. "What if we fail?" he murmured, the words laced with a fear that gnawed at his insides. "Failure is just another step," Julie shot back, her voice laced with determination. "Don't you see? We're meant to be more than our mistakes. We're meant to outsmart this world, to rise above it." There was something almost exhilarating in her conviction, a reckless abandon that sent a thrill racing through me. I remembered the times when we lay under the stars, dreaming of a future brighter than the night sky, believing that we could change the world. But the world had a way of laughing back, didn't it? It was a cruel jester, mocking our ambitions with every turn. And yet, I felt the thrill of possibility coursing through my veins, an intoxicating rush that drowned out the fear. We were all trapped in our own Sisyphean tasks, pushing our boulders uphill, falling short time and again. The weight of our choices felt unbearable, a crushing reminder that the very act of living was a gamble we were losing. "Let's move," I said, surprising even myself with the authority in my voice. And just like that, we plunged into the darkness, drawn deeper into a labyrinth of shadows and whispers, our hearts pounding in unison. The alleyways twisted like the thoughts in our minds, each turn a reminder of our own weakness. I felt the echoes of our laughter, long gone, replaced by the gritty reality of survival. Each footstep resonated with the weight of our shared burdens, our desires wrapped in secrecy, our fears clawing at our throats. I could see Ethan's hand shaking as he slid his fingers over the cold metal of the lock, a sweet promise of freedom dangling just out of reach. 3, 2, 1, Julie counted, her voice a quivering whisper, the anticipation palpable. And amid the silence, the world held its breath, waiting for the outcome of our reckless endeavor. The door creaked open, revealing a space drenched in darkness. I could feel the cold air clinging to our skin, a sinister reminder that the unknown was often more terrifying than the familiar. And yet, there was an allure, a siren call beckoning us further into the abyss. "Stay close," I urged, my voice barely rising above the whisper of the night. But there was something lurking in those shadows, something that watched and waited, a presence that felt almost sentient. I could taste the fear in the air, thick and heavy. We were trespassers in a world that had forgotten us, and every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to flee from the darkness closing in. "Do you feel that?" Ethan's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts, laced with panic. His eyes darted around the room, searching for something he couldn't quite name. "It's just us," I assured him, though my own heart was pounding a frantic rhythm. But deep down, I knew that we were not alone. The shadows seemed to shift, whispering secrets that danced just out of reach, taunting us with their silence. "We need to move," Julie urged, her voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "We can't let fear win. We have to be cunning, like Sisyphus, always finding a way." Sisyphus. I thought of him, eternally pushing that boulder, ever the fool, forever trapped in a cycle of futility. But what if we could outsmart our fate? What if we could wield our intelligence like a weapon? With each step, I felt the weight of the night pressing down on us, the walls closing in, the darkness eager to swallow us whole. I remembered the laughter from our childhood, how innocent we had been. Now, we were entangled in something far more sinister, and every heartbeat felt like a countdown to the inevitable. What if we don't find our way out? Ethan's voice trembled, a ghost of his former bravado. But I could see it, the glimmer of resolve in Julie's eyes, her belief that we could transcend our circumstances, could shift the very fabric of our reality. "We will," I whispered, though even I wasn't sure. I felt the tide of uncertainty crashing against the shores of my mind, but still, I clung to the hope that flickered like a candle in the darkness. We were more than our fears, more than the shackles that bound us. As we ventured deeper into the shadows, I realized we were not just escaping a physical space, but a mental prison built on the ruins of our past mistakes. Sisyphus may have been condemned, but we were still in the game, still wrestling with our fate, refusing to let the darkness consume us. And then the walls began to whisper, the shadows began to shift, and I felt the heartbeat of the night echoing the pulse of our frantic desires. Each moment stretched out, a tightrope walk over an abyss, yet there was a comfort in the chaos. We were alive, and with that aliveness came the promise of possibility, one that we were determined to grasp, no matter the cost. And so, we pushed on, deeper into the unknown, drawn by the tantalizing promise of intelligence and cunning, hoping to outsmart our own Sisyphean existence, hoping to escape the relentless weight of our choices. The night was far from over, and the darkness still had secrets to reveal. The sun hung low in the sky, a molten orb hanging in a sea of blood-red clouds, casting long shadows that crept like fingers along the earth. I stood at the edge of a great cliff, my heart thundering in my chest, a prisoner of my own choices, my own tricks. Below, the ground fell away into the abyss, a yawning chasm that seemed to swallow the very light around it. The air was thick, saturated with the scent of despair and the metallic tang of impending doom. I could feel the weight of every heartbeat, each one a reminder of the fate I had sealed with my own hands. And there he was, Sisyphus, his back hunched, his sinewy arms straining against the monstrous stone that was both his burden and his curse. I watched as he pushed, the muscles in his back rippling like the surface of a storm-tossed sea, sweat mingling with the dust of his eternal toil. I could hear the grating sound of stone against stone, the wheezing breaths escaping his lips like ghosts fleeing from the past. I wanted to scream, to tell him to stop, to abandon the rock and the cruel gods that had sentenced him to this hell. But I remained silent, trapped by the grotesque beauty of his struggle. Each time he neared the summit, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes, a spark that danced like fireflies in the twilight. But just as he reached that fleeting moment of triumph, the stone would slip from his grasp, rolling back down into the depths of his despair with a mocking laugh. I could see the flicker of rage, the raw, savage anger that coursed through him, a madman's fury directed at the heavens. But there was also something else, something deeper, a profound sadness that consumed him whole, gnawing at his very essence. I remember the first time I had encountered Sisyphus. It was a night thick with fog, the moon shrouded in a veil of uncertainty. I stumbled upon him by chance, as if the cosmos had conspired to bring us together in that moment. He had laughed then, a dark, rich sound that echoed against the stone walls of his prison. "You think you understand my plight," he had said, his eyes glinting like shards of broken glass. "You think you know what it is to suffer." The truth was, I didn't. I had my own demons, my own burdens, but they felt trivial in comparison to his eternal punishment. I stood there, an outsider peering through a keyhole into a world of suffering, my heart pounding with a strange mix of empathy and fear. I wanted to reach out, to grasp his hand and pull him from the brink of despair. But I was anchored by my own cowardice, by the weight of my own choices. And then there was the spectre of the gods, lurking in the shadows, their laughter echoing through the valleys like the rustling of leaves in a dying autumn. They feasted on his suffering, reveling in the exquisite agony of his existence. Their hands were cold and indifferent, and I could feel their presence like a chill in the air. They had orchestrated this tragedy, woven it into the fabric of his life, and now they were watching, waiting for the moment of his breaking. Sisyphus paused, the stone resting momentarily at the peak of the hill, and for a heartbeat, in that fleeting moment, I saw the depth of his vulnerability, the raw, aching humanity that lay beneath the surface of his punishment. "What is freedom?" he gasped, the question penetrating the veil of silence like a dagger. "What does it mean to be truly free when every breath feels like a chain, every heartbeat a reminder of my failure?" The weight of his words crashed over me, wrapping around my throat like a vice. I wanted to answer him, to assure him that his struggle was not in vain, that perhaps there was a way to reclaim his spirit from the clutches of the gods. But the truth was, I was just as lost, just as ensnared in the maze of existence. I had spent my life chasing shadows, clinging to illusions of grandeur that crumbled like dust in the wind. I could feel the atmosphere shifting, the very ground trembling beneath our feet as the gods stirred in their distant, shadowy realm. There was a tension in the air, a palpable sense of dread that threatened to swallow us whole. I felt my pulse quicken, the rhythm of my heart thrumming in sync with the despair that loomed over us like a dark cloud. And then it happened, a moment of reckless abandon, a surge of defiance igniting within me. I stepped forward, my voice trembling yet fierce. Sisyphus! What if I told you that your suffering could be transformed? What if I dared to suggest that your tricks, your cunning, could turn the very tide of this madness? His eyes widened, a mixture of disbelief and hope flickering across his worn face. You think I can outsmart the gods? He asked, his voice raspy, laced with disbelief. You think I can find a way to turn this curse into something beautiful? Yes! I shouted, my heart racing with the intoxicating thrill of possibility. What if you could make them laugh? Make them see that their cruelty has created something far more powerful than they ever intended. For a heartbeat, we were suspended in the air, caught between despair and a flicker of hope. But as quickly as it came, it began to fade, crushed under the weight of reality. The stone slipped from Sisyphus's grasp, the laughter of the gods echoed, and I felt my own heart shatter alongside his. As the stone rolled away, the laughter turned sinister, reverberating through the valley, and I knew we were trapped in a cycle, an endless loop of suffering and fleeting moments of hope. I could see the shadows of the gods, their cruel eyes glinting with amusement, savoring our plight, reveling in our turmoil. I was a witness to this tragedy, a ghost tethered between two worlds, and as I stood there, the abyss yawned wide beneath me, a reminder that our struggles were nothing but whispers in the grand cosmos. Sisyphus and I, two broken souls caught in a game of cosmic trickery, uncertain of what lay ahead, both desperate for a sliver of hope in a world steeped in darkness. The weight of despair hung thick in the air, and I felt the darkness creeping in. A boulder, cold and heavy, presses into my palms, the rough stone biting, each jagged edge a reminder of my plight. I push, gritting my teeth, my heart hammering in my chest. Sweat mingles with dust on my brow, the taste of despair thick as mud in my mouth. Every ounce of my being screams against this relentless weight, against the laughter of the gods echoing high above me, soundless, mocking. They watch from their fortress of clouds, sipping ambrosia, their faces twisted in cruel delight as I thrust my soul into this hopeless endeavor. I remember the first time I felt their ire, how it coiled around my throat like a serpent. It was a whisper then, a hint of disdain for my audacity, for daring to question their omnipotence. I stood before Zeus, my voice trembling, a pebble in a storm, and I thought that perhaps I could charm the thunderbolt from his hand. I was a fool, a mere mortal, clutching at dreams as if they were petals in a windstorm. The memory burns in my mind, a flash of lightning, a cruel smile, and then darkness swallowed me whole. The boulder rolls back, a thunderous echo in the silence of my existence. I stumble, feet fumbling over the jagged rocks, gasping for breath as it crashes down. The ground shakes beneath me, a reminder of my insignificance, a lover who has turned away, leaving only the scent of betrayal in the air. I can almost hear the titters of the gods, their voices a cacophony of disdain. Look at Sisyphus, such a brave little man, they sing, their laughter sharp, like shards of glass cutting through the fabric of my will. Alizia, my love, once stood beside me in defiance. Her spirit was aflame, fierce and wild, igniting my heart in a way that even the gods could not extinguish. She wept when the sentence was passed, an eternity of toil for my arrogance, a fate sealed in the ink of divine mockery. I remember her eyes, deep pools of sorrow, shimmering like stars in the abyss. Fight, Sisyphus, she cried, her voice a melody that still haunts the caverns of my mind. Do not let them break you. But beneath her fierce exterior, I saw the cracks, the fear that our love was a candle flickering against the tempest. I had drawn the ire of the gods, yes, but it was their disdain for her that terrified me most. Would they take her from me next? Would her laughter become another ghost in this relentless shadow I now inhabit? I push again, my fingers clawing at the stone, a dance of desperation and defiance, my body strained, muscles burning with the fire of 1,000 suns. I know the futility of this struggle. I know that beyond this moment, beyond the sweat and the blood, lies only the crushing weight of failure. But still, I push. It is the only thing left to me, the act of defiance itself, the rebellion against the cruel hands that bind me. I remember the night before the verdict, when the stars spilled secrets in the darkness. Alizia and I lay beneath the cosmos, the Milky Way a shimmering tapestry above us. What if we could touch them? I asked, my voice thick with wonder and wine. What if we could challenge them? Her laughter rang like silver bells, bright yet haunting in its fragility. They would crush us like insects, my love. But oh, how glorious it would be to dance on their graves. Her spirit ignited my ambition, and I dared to stand against the gods. The folly of my heart led me here, to this cursed mountain, pushing against the impossible, each step a testament to love's foolishness. The boulder slips again, rolling down, a mocking echo that digs deep into my psyche. I scream, a primal sound, my voice lost in the void, swallowed by the laughter of the divine. They do not hear me. They never hear me. My cries are whispers against their thunder, fragmented memories lost in the feast of eternity. With every failure, I feel the last remnants of my hope shatter, scattering like dry leaves across a barren field. I see Alizia's face, a ghostly apparition behind my closed eyelids. Sisyphus, she whispers, will you ever stop fighting? I want to scream that I will, that I am ready to surrender, but the words die in my throat, choked by a lifetime of rebellion. I push. I push. I push. I am a man lost in the dark, reaching for the light that dances just beyond my grasp. The gods feast, and I am their entertainment, the ringmaster of my own suffering. But what they do not understand is that within this torment lies a flicker of resolve, a spark that ignites my very soul. With every setback, I grow stronger, and with every roll of the stone, I find a twisted kind of joy. It is absurd, this relentless cycle, but I cling to it as I cling to her memory, the love that lights the darkest corners of my heart. I lurch forward, eyes wide with determination, and push once more against the boulder, feeling its weight shift, sensing the moment where, perhaps, I could reach the summit. The laughter of the gods fades, replaced by my own heartbeat, a drum of defiance echoing through the stillness. I am not just a man condemned, I am a spirit fighting against the night, loving fiercely in the face of despair. I remember Alizia's words, the fire that once burned brightly between us. Sisyphus, even the gods cannot take away your spirit. And so I push, feeling the warmth of her laughter in my chest, a symphony of rebellion rising against the heavens. I push, and I will not stop. The gods may have cast their judgment, but they cannot extinguish the light within me. My heart beats on, relentless as the stone, and I fight, always, always fight, even in the face of eternity's mockery, even as the shadows close in. I will push until the end. The stone was unyielding against Sisyphus's palms, rough and unrelenting as it pressed into his flesh, each jagged edge a reminder of his eternal burden. Sweat dripped from his brow, mingling with the dirt that clung to his skin, his breath shallow as he strained against gravity, a futile struggle against nature itself. He grunted, the sound raw and guttural, echoing in the oppressive silence that surrounded him. The air felt electric, charged with despair yet heavy with the promise of something darker. With every straining muscle, he could hear the faint whispers of Thanatos, the god of death, lurking just beyond the periphery of his consciousness. You can't win. It's all for nothing. The words slithered through the air, wrapping around him like smoke. Sisyphus paused, letting the stone rest momentarily on the unforgiving slope, and for a second, doubt crept into his heart. He looked down at the path he had traveled, the marks of his toil etched into the earth. There was a rumble, a shift in the atmosphere, as if the cosmos itself had exhaled, mourning his silent agony. In that moment, he became acutely aware of his surroundings, the cool breeze that whispered secrets, the shadows that danced just out of sight, and the distant, mocking laughter of his fate. I remember when hope felt like a flickering candle, he thought bitterly, something to warm the soul. Now it's just a shadow, flickering and fading. Thanatos was patient, a spectre beyond the realm of mortal understanding. He stood cloaked in darkness, watching with eyes like forgotten stars, the embodiment of everything Sisyphus fought against. It wasn't just death that haunted him, it was the realization that every push, every painful ascent was a cruel mimicry of life, a tiresome cycle of agony, a Sisyphean loop that was both mundane and terrifying. Do you feel it? Thanatos' voice was a soft caress, a chilling breeze that sent shivers down Sisyphus's spine. The weight of your own existence? The futility of your struggle? I offer you peace, release. No, Sisyphus shouted, the desperation clawing its way to the surface. You don't understand. It's not about winning. It's about defiance. The stone slipped from his grasp, rolling back down the hill with a dull thud, settling in the dirt like a forgotten memory. He took a step back, panting heavily, his heart pounding like a war drum against his ribs. From somewhere in the darkness, a figure emerged, Alizia, the woman he loved, a flicker of warmth in this harrowing expanse. Her eyes were bright, yet they bore the weight of sadness, as if she carried the world on her delicate shoulders. Sisyphus, her voice broke like glass, shattering the tension. You must stop. Let it go. It's tearing you apart. Her words were gentle, like a lullaby, but they held the sting of truth. He wanted to reach for her, to pull her into his arms and drown in the solace her presence offered, but the stone loomed large, a monument to his relentless fight. I can't, Alizia. Each push is a tether to life, to you. But at what cost? She countered, stepping closer, the shadows clinging to her like a shroud. You're losing yourself, Sisyphus. You're becoming a ghost, and I can't bear to watch. A silence hung heavy between them, laden with unspoken fears. He felt that familiar ache in his chest, the suffocating grip of despair. Time lost all meaning. In this battle against the stone, against the very essence of existence, he could feel the essence of his own humanity slipping away. The stark reality lay before him. He was a man who defied the gods, but at what price? I remember, he whispered, his voice breaking. I remember who I was before the rock. There was laughter, joy, a fleeting happiness. Thanatos laughed, a soft sound that called through the air. Such a beautiful illusion, isn't it? Those memories are but wisps, fading like smoke. You are bound to your fate, Sisyphus. This stone is your life, and you will push it for eternity. Join me. Embrace the silence. No. Alizia cried, her voice sharp as glass, cutting through the darkness. You have a choice. Sisyphus, listen to me. Her presence ignited something in him, a flicker of rebellion against the very fabric of despair. He wanted to fight, to scream against the darkness, but his body felt heavy, worn from the struggle. He looked into Alizia's eyes and saw the reflection of his own torment, a mirror of shared pain. There was a bond between them deeper than the abyss that threatened to consume him. I can't let go, he admitted, the weight of his confession crashing down around them. But I don't want to lose you. Not like this. Then don't, she urged, stepping forward, her hand reaching out to him. You can choose to push, yes, but you can also choose to love, to remember. We can fight this together. But Thanatos laughed again, a haunting melody that echoed against the walls of his heart. Together? What a pathetic notion. Love is transient, a flicker in the vastness of the void. You're both marching toward the inevitable, holding hands with shadows. The stone loomed behind Sisyphus like an unyielding spectre. He felt the pull of despair tugging at him, the sweet siren call of surrender. Yet, Alizia stood before him, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. With every heartbeat, he felt the tension coil tighter, and for a fleeting moment, time slowed. I remember, he gasped, desperation seeping into his voice. I remember that love doesn't just fade, it transforms. Even in the face of darkness, it can ignite hope. And as her fingers brushed against his, it was as if the world tilted on its axis. He felt the spark ignite within him, a flicker of resistance against the oppressive weight of despair. The shadows quivered, recoiling from the unyielding light of their shared defiance. In that moment, everything converged, the stone, the darkness, the echoes of death, colliding like titanic forces in a cosmic dance. The air thrummed with anticipation, the pending confrontation with Thanatos a heartbeat away. Sisyphus clenched his fists, determination coursing through his veins. "I will not succumb to you," he shouted, his voice a defiant roar against despair. Thanatos faltered, the shadows whispering doubts, and Sisyphus realized that the battle wasn't solely against the stone, but against the very essence of hopelessness itself. With a newfound clarity, he turned to Alizia, their hands clasped tight. It wasn't just about the struggle, it was about the hope that flickered in the depths of despair. Together, they stood on the precipice of eternity, ready to confront the void, ready to challenge the dark, because in the end, even the most Sisyphean of struggles could be transformed by love. And as they prepared to face the darkness, the air thick with tension, a heart-stopping realization settled in the pit of his stomach: the stone was only the beginning. The sun hung low in the sky, a molten orb sinking into the horizon, staining the world in crimson and gold, as if eager to drown the day in its own blood. I stood at the edge of the cliff, heart pounding like drums in a war march, watching a figure far below, a lone man wrestling with the weight of stone and consequence. Sisyphus, his name echoed in my mind, a haunting whisper draped in despair. I remember the glint of sweat tracing a path down his brow, the struggle etched into his muscles, straining against the impossible. Each heave of the boulder reverberated through the earth, a reminder of his defiance, his hubris. I could almost hear the laughter of the gods, distant and mocking, as they watched their punishment unfold in real time, a cosmic play with no audience but the pain below. Beside me, Ava shivered, clutching her arms tightly around herself as if the chill in the air could freeze the horror unfolding before us. Her eyes, once filled with a fierce hope, now mirrored the stone at the bottom of Sisyphus Hill, cold, unyielding. "He keeps pushing," she muttered, disbelief lacing her voice. "But why? Why doesn't he understand?" But Ava was wrong. Sisyphus understood all too well. Every push was a testament to his defiance, every stumble a battle against fate that clung to him like the shadows creeping along the cliffside. I watched as he strained to roll that boulder, muscles taut and trembling, his breath a harsh rasp in the air, stifled under the weight of expectation. I felt his desperation seep into my bones, an urgency that clawed at the edges of my mind. "I remember," I murmured, "the first time I felt this weight, that choking sense of failure when all effort seemed meaningless." I didn't want to admit it, but the truth was a ghost haunting me, whispering darkly that we all share a fragment of Sisyphus. Ava's gaze flicked between me and the man below, confusion colliding with a flicker of understanding. "But he's just a man. Why does he refuse to surrender?" In that moment, I wondered, was it courage or madness that drove Sisyphus? Was he a tragic hero or a foolish soul? The lines blurred as I watched him slip, the rock rolling back down, a silent scream echoing into the valley, resonating with my own fears of inadequacy. "Maybe," I replied softly, "he believes that struggle is the meaning. That each ascent, no matter how futile, is a fight against the void." The silence enveloped us, heavy and oppressive, before the sound of the stone crashing down shattered it, a thunderous, cruel reminder that hope can spiral into despair. Sisyphus fell to his knees, the ground trembling under the weight of his anguish, and my heart twisted, wanting to reach out, to pull him back from the brink of that abyss. "Maybe we're all Sisyphus," Ava whispered, tears pooling in her eyes. "Trying to conquer what can never be conquered." Her fragility ignited something in me, a reckless need to protect, to fight back against the insurmountable forces bearing down on us both. "We can't let ourselves be crushed," I insisted, voice rising in fervor. "We have to find the light, even in the shadows." But could we? As we stared down at Sisyphus, a silhouette of despair against the dying light, I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing against my chest. Each heartbeat echoed the unrelenting rhythm of a clock, ticking down to some inevitable end. Time, the great devourer, the thief of dreams, the merciless judge of aspirations. Sisyphus rose again, determination lighting a fire in his eyes as he prepared to face the boulder once more. "Look at him," I breathed, or mingling with horror. "He stands against the absurdity of it all. His defiance is his strength." Ava nodded, but her expression was a mix of admiration and dread. "And yet every triumph leads him to face the same despair again. How long until he breaks?" I could feel the weight of that question, a stone pressing against my throat as I imagined a life spent in constant struggle, like a hamster on an unyielding wheel. The thought clawed at me, gnawing at the edges of my resolve, as I watched Sisyphus grapple with his fate, hands raw and blistered, his spirit a tapestry woven with threads of resilience and anguish. Why do we cling to hope when it is so fleeting? I asked the void, the question hanging in the air like a thick fog. I could see it in Ava's eyes, her own battles with despair, the night spent tossing and turning, heart racing in tandem with thoughts that spiraled like galaxies into darkness. And then, without warning, he slipped again. The boulder tumbled back down, crashing into the ground like thunder. Sisyphus roared, a primal sound echoing through the valley, raw with rage, a man fighting against the very fabric of existence. I felt that roar resonate deep within me, a burst of energy that became a fire in my belly. Maybe it doesn't matter, I said fiercely. Maybe the act of pushing is what truly matters. Maybe the struggle is the essence of living itself. But as I spoke, I could see the flicker of doubt creeping back into Ava's eyes, and I wondered if I was grasping at the fraying strands of a fading truth. Was it courage or delusion? I could feel an invisible thread weaving between us, binding our doubts, our fears, our raw humanity into something palpable yet delicate. Sisyphus gripped the boulder once more, and for a fleeting second, I imagined him looking up, catching my gaze. I shivered, as if I had become a part of his eternal cycle, an observer entwined in his fate. His eye sparked with a fierce determination that ignited something fierce and unstoppable in me. I remember the moments when I, too, felt the weight of my own stones pressing down, the suffocating grip of despair that threatened to swallow me whole. I remembered the nights spent contemplating how futile it all seemed, how the universe, vast and uncaring, could allow such suffering. And yet, there was beauty in the struggle, a chaotic rhythm that echoed through the ages, an unbroken thread of humanity binding us all. The realization struck me, a lightning bolt of clarity coursing through my veins. I was standing on the precipice of understanding, my heart racing with a strange exhilaration. "Come on," I breathed, my voice a whisper lost to the winds. "If he can keep pushing, then so can we." As night descended, cloaking the valley in shadows and stars, the cycle of Sisyphus continued, a dance of despair and determination that resonated through the ages. And in that moment, I knew the struggle would never end. But perhaps, in the struggle, there lay a flicker of hope. The stone slips from his grasp, tumbling down the jagged cliffside, a thunderous crash echoing in the abyss. It's a sound like 1,000 hearts breaking. Sisyphus stands there, breathless, eyes wide, as the weight of his punishment crushes him anew. He is not just a king, not just a man, he is the embodiment of defiance, a stubborn ember against the celestial void. The ground beneath him trembles, mocking his futile struggle. Helplessness wraps around him like a shroud, thick and suffocating. Somewhere above, in the opalescent expanse of Olympus, Zeus sits on his throne, the gods' laughter a cruel symphony, reverberating like thunder rolling across the sky. I remember, Sisyphus whispers, his voice breaking against the weight of memory. I remember the taste of freedom, the sweet, intoxicating air of rebellion. But those days are ghosts, specters lost in time. Now he is bound to this endless cycle, a prisoner of his own hubris, condemned by the very deity who once allowed him to breathe the air of kings. Zeus, with his tempestuous storms and lightning bolts, has orchestrated his downfall, a puppet master pulling strings made of pain. And there's Zeus, the architect of despair. He watches, a god draped in gold, his eyes cold like the heart of winter. He relishes Sisyphus's plight, a morbid satisfaction in seeing the mighty reduced to this eternal struggle. The king's defiance had been a spark that ignited his wrath. "You think yourself clever," Zeus had thundered, casting Sisyphus into this hell. "Let the punishment fit the crime." But what did he know of punishment? What did he know of the relentless tides of existence, the way each day bleeds into the next, the way dreams fade like smoke? I can't help but wonder if Zeus could feel the weight of a stone, the grit under fingernails, the way despair settles into the marrow of the bones. From the confines of Olympus, he is a spectator, a celestial voyeur, but down here, in the dust and the shadows, Sisyphus wrestles with anguish, a visceral dance of hope and despair. The sun hangs like a cruel joke above them, its harsh rays blinding, relentless. Sisyphus pushes against the stone again, muscles straining, heart pounding like a war drum. Sweat drips down his brow, stinging in his eyes, and he tastes the bitterness of defeat on his tongue. Is this my legacy? He screams into the void, a raw, guttural sound that echoes back at him, a mocking reply. A king reduced to a laborer, eternally toiling for nothing. And yet, the stone rises, inch by agonizing inch. He can almost feel it, the moment when he will reach the summit. The promise of release, the whisper of freedom, the fleeting taste of victory. It's intoxicating. With each push, he dreams of the moment it will stop, the moment Zeus will see him not as a villain but as a man, flawed, bloody, and heart-stoppingly human. But then, just as he almost reaches the crest, the stone slips again, rolling away like a cruel spectre, and despair crashes over him like a tidal wave. Zeus, in his divine grandeur, leans back, a smirk playing on his lips, the shadows of his throne cloaking him like a shroud. He knows Sisyphus all too well, he knows the fire that burns within him, the unyielding spirit that refuses to die. You wish for salvation, Sisyphus, he mocks, eyes glinting with malice. Then learn to love the struggle. Learn that the journey is your prison, your cage of despair. The irony tastes bitter. Sisyphus knows well that the gods never tire, their whims as capricious as the winds. The stone rolls down again. Each time it crashes, it feels like a dagger to his heart, a reminder that even gods can lack compassion, that even the mighty can be cruel. And he remembers the faces that once looked up to him, the people he ruled, the dreams he built. They all fade like phantoms, but the weight of their expectations lingers, pressing down on him, heavier than any rock. I remember laughter, he murmurs to himself, the sound of his voice a fragile thread in the vast silence. I remember love, and the way it felt to hold the world in my hands. But those moments slip through his fingers, like grains of sand, and he is left with nothing but the oppressive weight of his curse. In the distance, he hears the crack of thunder, and he knows that Zeus watches, an amused spectator to his agony. How does it feel, Sisyphus, the god taunts, the words laced with venom? To know that your punishment is as infinite as your pride? To feel the crushing weight of despair as your only companion? But Sisyphus, in that moment, finds a flicker of resolve amidst the darkness. He is a man, and in his heart, there is a stubborn flame, a defiance that cannot be extinguished. I will not be defined by your cruelty, he shouts into the tempest, voice rising above the roar of the heavens. I am more than this stone, more than this punishment. I am the fire that rages within. And as the stone tumbles down once more, a part of him is free, free in his rebellion, free in his pain. Zeus may hold the keys to his prison, but he cannot touch his spirit. The confrontation between them is not just of gods and men, it is the eternal struggle of hope against despair, of defiance against the crushing weight of fate. The endless cycle resumes, the stone again pressed against his chest, and Sisyphus pushes upward, every ounce of his being fighting against the inevitable. He feels the stirrings of something deeper within him, a bittersweet longing for freedom, for connection, for a moment when the weight of the stone will be lifted, not by divine mercy but by his own relentless spirit. And this is the real punishment, the real challenge. Will Zeus ever understand? Will he ever see the beauty in the struggle, the power in the defiance? For now, he only watches, a god cloaked in shadows, relishing the agony of defeat. But Sisyphus pushes on, the stone an extension of his will, a testament to the endless battle against the chains of fate, where hope and despair collide in a symphony of raw, unyielding emotion. And in this infinite loop, in this eternal torment, he finds something startling, purpose. A storm rages in the underworld, the kind that churns souls and stirs the dust of forgotten dreams. I stand, drenched in shadows, feeling the weight of eternity slide down my spine like a cold serpent. The air pulses with a sickly sweetness, the taste of despair lingering on my tongue. It is not the kind of place where one expects hope to spark, rather, it is a cemetery of wishes, grave markers lined with the names of those who dared to dream too fiercely. I remember the first time I met him, Sisyphus, the perpetual prisoner of his own ambition, bound in an endless loop of toil and torment. His eyes, fierce and wild, held the light of a man who could not be broken, even if the boulder he rolled bore down heavier than the weight of the world. I remember how he looked at me, not with pity, but with a fierce understanding. He was more than a myth, he was a mirror reflecting my own relentless struggle. I, too, was chained, chained to my own fears, my own failures. But here in this dingy expanse of Hades, nothing is as it seems. The shadows whisper secrets in a language only the damned can understand. You hear their laughter, discordant and sharp, echoing off the slick stone walls. It reminds me of a city at midnight, where even the ghosts are too afraid to roam. I find myself lost in their wails, as if they are the sirens of my own inadequacies, pulling me into the depths of my failures, where time is as disjointed as a broken clock. Why do you fight? A voice breaks through the tempest, jagged and clear. It's Eurydice, her spirit flickering like a candle caught in a gust. She stands there, a wraith of longing and regret, wrapped in the fabric of memories we once shared, the music of our laughter, the warmth of our embrace, the love that burned too brightly for this darkened land. Is it worth it, Sisyphus? To climb, only to fall. I can almost see the question hang in the air, thick as fog. In her eyes, I see the reflection of my own doubts, the weightlessness of hope and the crushing inevitability of despair. The boulder rolls back down, and each thud against the ground is a heartbeat, echoing through the silence like a death knell. I want to scream, to tell her that yes, it is worth it. That a struggle is to live, that even the act of pushing against the stone gives me a sense of purpose. But my voice is lost among the cacophony of the damned, the souls who never found their peace. I remember when I was like them, caught in an endless loop of failure. Keep pushing, I whisper, almost to myself. Keep moving forward. But the words feel hollow here, a mantra destined to echo into the void. Then the earth trembles, a low rumble that speaks of something dark and ancient stirring. Shadows converge, and the air thickens with an unsettling energy. I feel an urgency, a primal fear clawing at my insides. Something is coming, something more sinister than the eternal torment of Hades. The boulder rolls back once more, and I am struck by a flash of clarity, a moment where the weaving threads of my life, both past and present, collide. I see the clock ticking in the distance, the hands moving ever forward, relentless as time itself. Eurydice! I cry, my voice breaking like a wave against stone. You must leave. There's something, but the darkness envelops her, swallowing her words before they can escape. I reach out, panic seeping into my bones, yearning to pull her back from the brink. I remember our dreams, the visions of a life beyond this hell. Yet, I feel the grip of despair tighten around my throat, an iron vice squeezing out every ounce of hope. Why do you save me? She asks, her voice ethereal yet grounded, pulling me into her gaze. Why struggle for a love that's lost? A million memories flash before me, her laughter ringing out against the backdrop of summer skies, the way her eyes sparkled with mischief. Because love is worth fighting for, I reply, my heart a drum in my chest. Even in this damn place, even if it means pushing a boulder for eternity. And in that moment, I see her, a ghost of the woman I loved, the life we could have had. My heart aches, a raw and vulnerable thing, as if it could shatter into a million pieces at a single breath. The shadows shift, and I know something is coming, a confrontation that will pierce the very fabric of our existence. The boulder stirs, a living entity of its own, and the ground trembles beneath my feet. I feel the eyes of the eternal judge upon me, the weight of the cosmos crumbling into dust. The air crackles with tension as the spectre of despair looms closer, whispering sweet lies of surrender. Push, I murmur, feeling the heat of battle rise in my chest. Push against the darkness. I take a step forward, but the shadows lash out, clawing at my resolve, trying to drag me back into the pit. I remember the laughter of the damned, the forgotten songs of those whose spirits have faded. But I am not ready to succumb. Not yet. I will not let the darkness consume me, nor will I allow Eurydice to slip away again. I feel the boulder beneath my hands, its jagged edges carving into my palms, and I know that this struggle, this Sisyphean task, is not just for me, it is for her. So I push. Harder. Deeper into the abyss, where the echoes of my heart drown out the cries of the lost. I feel the weight of eternity pressing against my soul, yet with each shove, each moment of defiance, I carve out a sliver of hope. The darkness no longer feels insurmountable, it feels alive, a creature that thrums with the pulse of my own heart. and as I roll the damned stone, I know it will fall again. It always does. But with every descent, every tumble, I will rise again. I will rise for love, for hope, for the promise of a dawn that could pierce this eternal night. And as Sisyphus, the eternal wanderer of Hades, I will keep climbing, even as the shadows gnash their teeth and the darkness beckons. What is worth fighting for? I ask the void, and as the boulder rolls back once more, I hear the answer in the echoes of my heart. I remember her laughter, her warmth, the fragile beauty of a life once lived. This is my truth, my fight, my Sisyphean burden. And I will carry it until the stars themselves flicker out. The weight of the stone is unimaginable, a living beast of despair gripping Sisyphus by the throat. Each time he pushes it, the raw, gritty rock digs into his palms, leaving imprints of agony. It rolls back, a mocking laughter echoing through the cavernous depths of the underworld, and he stumbles, breath hitching in his throat as he watches it tumble down, down, down into the abyss, just as it has done 1,000 times before. I remember the taste of blood and sweat on my lips. I remember the desperate longing for the summit that never comes. I remember the moment I realized this wasn't just punishment, it was life itself. There's a bitter sweetness in the air, thick like fog. Just beyond Sisyphus, the shadows whisper tales of others. In that darkness lurks his wife, a ghost of his past, her eyes hollow yet brimming with the fire of anguish. Or perhaps it's the flicker of hope. She treads the fine line between love and despair, a figure caught in the web of her own existence, cursed to watch her husband wrestle with eternity while she is condemned to remember, a heartache that never dies. Why won't you just give up, she cries, her voice echoing through the void. Why do you keep pushing? Every push sends a shiver down his spine. He glances back at her, the flickering remnants of the life they once shared seeping through the cracks of his resolve. Because he breathes, panting from the effort, the agony of his truth striking him like a cold wind. What else is there? It's a question that cuts through the silence, a dagger of despair that resonates not only in the cavern but within the very fabric of existence. Here stands Sisyphus, defiant amidst the rubble of his choices, eyes burning with the fire of rebellion. He is flawed, relentless, every muscle quaking under the weight of his fate. But isn't that why we all strive? Isn't that what makes us human? The struggle, the fight, a search for meaning in a world that offers none. And there's the girl, his lover, his heart, trapped in the cascade of memories that tumble like leaves in autumn. She flickers in and out of sight, an ephemeral reminder of what was lost. Her laughter once filled the air with warmth, now it hangs like a ghostly spectre. You're not alone, she whispers, a tremor in her voice, you don't have to bear it all. Just let go. But let go? The very thought sends shudders racing down his spine. In that moment, amidst the cacophony of his despair, he feels the pulse of something greater, the universe thrumming with a chaotic harmony. Perhaps there lies a deeper truth, an understanding that eludes him, a lesson in futility that twists and turns like the stone climbing the slope. Every time he grips that stone, every time it slips, how many times can a man rise again? The weight of the rock becomes a mirror, reflecting not just punishment but the essence of humanity's plight. The repetition, the absurdity, it's a cruel joke played by the cosmos. Yet here they are, these broken souls, bound by their struggles, forging connections through the shared fabric of suffering. As the stone rolls back again, he can see it, the shimmering glint of something profound hidden within the struggle. He breathes, deeply, letting the despair wash over him like a cold tide. You see, he murmurs to his wife, it's not about the victory. It's about the fight. And yet, fear gnaws at the edges of his resolve. The fear that in this eternal struggle, he may lose himself completely, shadows wrapping around him like chains, ensnaring his thoughts, whispering sweet nothings of surrender. What if I am destined for this? He asks, tears stinging his eyes, the weight of the stone pressing down heavier than ever. What if this is all there is? His wife steps closer, her ghostly form shimmering in the darkness. Then make it beautiful, she implores, her voice like a warm breeze that calms the storm. Carve out meaning in the madness. Let your suffering illuminate the way. It's a terrifying thought, a flicker of rebellion against the void, a spark of defiance against despair. A decision forming within the chaos. he swallows hard, the taste of iron in his throat. The world is cruel, yet in the midst of this torment, there lies a tiny seed of hope, a flickering flame refusing to be extinguished. With each push, he can feel it, a surge of resolve coursing through his veins. He is Sisyphus, a man condemned yet unyielding, caught in a struggle that transcends time. The stone may roll back, the laughter may echo, but in that brief moment at the summit, there lies the possibility of freedom, of transcendence far beyond mortal understanding. And as the shadows swirl around him, as the echoes of his wife's love resonate through the cavern, he pushes harder, feeling the muscles in his arms scream in protest. This is life. This is pain. This is love. This is everything. The stone is not just a burden, it is a reminder of his existence, a testament to the power of enduring against the tide. Push, he whispers to himself, his breath ragged, his heart racing. Push, because in this struggle, there is meaning. And in this meaning, perhaps there is love. The rock teeters on the edge, a moment suspended in time, and for a heartbeat, he sees her, his wife, his heart, smiling through the shadows. It's not the end, nor the beginning, but a moment captured in eternity, a fleeting breath of life, a glimpse into the heart of chaos. And just like that, the stone rolls back, and he finds himself at the bottom once more. But this time, it doesn't crush him. This time, he knows he'll rise again. The battle continues, but hope flutters within him like a wild bird, impossible to cage, impossible to suppress. And with every push, every slip, every scream of anguish that reverberates through the void, Sisyphus becomes more than a myth. He becomes a symbol of what it means to be alive in a world that often feels relentless and unforgiving. Yet even in this horror, there's a beauty, an exquisite, razor-sharp beauty that cuts deep and lingers long after the echoes have faded. And perhaps, in that very struggle, amidst fear and love and the absurdity of existence, lies the essence of who we truly are. I remember the sweat dripping down my back, pooling at the small of my spine like the agonized sobs echoing in the caverns of my mind. A stone, cold and unyielding, lay just beyond reach, always just beyond reach, as I clawed at the crumbling hillside. The sun was a cruel overseer, casting a burning light on my desperation, illuminating not the victory of the climb but the inevitable fall that awaited me. Each futile effort was a reminder, each slip a grotesque laugh echoing through the valleys. Sisyphus, they said, cursed to push his stone, a fate so simple yet so profoundly crushing, it was a metaphor, they told me, for the human condition. But standing there, gasping for breath, I felt its suffocating weight. I was not merely an observer of Sisyphus, I was him, bound by the chains of my own existence. Across the barren landscape, I saw her, Cassandra, with eyes like storm clouds, swirling with rage and despair. She was my anchor, yet I was the storm threatening to tear her apart. In her heart, she carried the burdens of 1,000 lifetimes, yet still found the courage to face my sinking soul. But today? Today, her resolve was wavering. I saw the dark shadows creeping over her face, a haunting reflection of my own struggles. "Why do you fight?" she spat, desperation twisting her words. "Why do you continue this madness?" Each syllable struck me like a whip, and I knew I had no answer. The rock rolled back down, gravity an unyielding mistress, and with it came the crushing reality that I was nothing more than a puppet dancing on strings woven from despair and futility. I felt the loneliness wrap around me, a shroud woven tighter with each passing moment, and Cassandra's words hung in the air like smoke, heavy, suffocating, inexorable. What drove me to push that stone? Was it hope? Or the sickly sweet taste of despair? I grasped at the air, searching for answers in the empty echoes of my own heart. And yet, there it was, the flicker of something, a ghost that refused to die, a soft whisper amidst the cacophony of my self-loathing. "You can't give up," it said. "You're still here. You're still fighting." But what was I fighting for? The weight of the stone was mirrored in the weight of my existence, and I felt the cosmic irony swirl around me, surrounding me like a fog. Cassandra's voice broke through my reverie. "You could be free," she murmured, eyes pleading. "You could leave this behind." But how could I? Freedom was a distant dream, a mirage shimmering on the horizon. I was caught in a web of my own making, each thread an unfulfilled desire, every pull a reminder of my failures. My heart raced, an erratic drumbeat that echoed through my bones. I turned away from her, not out of disdain but out of sheer longing, a longing for the impossible, for the stone to shatter, for the chains to break. "Cassandra," I breathed, voice trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. "What if this is all there is? What if my existence is nothing but this endless cycle of torment and toil?" Her silence was louder than any answer. The shadows deepened around us, and I felt the chill of despair settle in my chest, wrapping around my heart like ivy strangling a tree. "I won't let you believe that," she finally said, her voice fierce yet fragile. "Even in this madness, there's meaning. Even in your struggle, there's purpose." Yet, as I looked at her, I saw the cracks in her armor, the way her shoulders slumped, the way her hope flickered like a dying candle. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to reach out and pull her back from the edge, but there was a darkness creeping through the edges of my vision, a sense of inevitability wrapping its fingers around our fates. And then, a crack began to form, the moment where time seemed to stretch infinitely. I released the stone, watched it tumble down, the dull thud echoing like a death knell in the silence. I felt all that I was shatter with it, and the world faded, leaving only the two of us, suspended in a fragile bubble of existence. "Look," she said, pointing to the horizon where the sun painted the sky in hues of crimson and gold. "Even as the day fades, the light remains. The struggle gives way to beauty." Her words hung in the air, a lifeline thrown into a churning sea of despair. I wanted to reach for it, to pull myself from the depths. But doubt gnawed at my insides. Am I beautiful? The question slipped from my lips, a whisper born of desperation. Cassandra stepped closer, her gaze piercing through the dark veil that cloaked my heart. "You are the struggle and the beauty, intertwined. You are the reason the sun rises again, the reason the stars burn in the night sky. You must see that." I looked at her, at the fierce light in her eyes. For a fleeting moment, hope flickered inside me, a fragile, trembling thing, but alive nonetheless. Yet the looming inevitability of the stone remained, the gravitational pull drawing me back into the depths of despair. "Tell me, Cassandra," I murmured, "is there ever a moment when we are not Sisyphus? Is there ever a moment when we are free?" The question hung in the air, a specter that refused to dissipate, a ghost that haunted us both. Her silence was heavy, pregnant with unuttered truths, and I felt the ground tremble beneath our feet. I saw the shadows lengthen, felt the chill of an impending storm. The moment was electric, charged with the weight of our fears, our hopes, and the inescapable truth that lay hidden in the folds of existence. And in that moment, amidst the crumbling stone and the weight of eternal punishment, I realized we were all Sisyphus, pushing our stones, grappling with our own demons, caught in the dance of life and death, hope and despair. We were entwined in the fabric of the universe, each heartbeat a testament to our struggle, each breath a reminder of our humanity. As I stood there, teetering on the brink of reason and madness, I felt the tremors of destiny swirl around us. There was no conclusion here, no neat wrapping of our pain and struggle. Just the relentless push of the stone, echoing through the void, a reminder that in our punishment lay the seeds of something beautiful, a beauty forged in the fire of suffering, waiting to be born anew. And so, the stone rolled down. And still, we stood. I remember the moment the boulder slipped from my grasp, rolling away into the abyss, a deafening silence following that crushing weight as it thundered down into the unknown. The ground trembled beneath me, but nothing could compare to the tremor in my chest, the raw fear that ignited in the pit of my stomach. I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow, paralyzed by the inevitability of my fate. The boulder was more than stone, it was the embodiment of my every failure, every shattered dream, a cruel reminder of all the moments I had let slip through my fingers like sand. And in that moment, I caught sight of Sisyphus, a shadow lost among shadows, a figure carved from despair and defiance. He was more than a man cursed to an endless cycle, he was the embodiment of struggle itself, the embodiment of every soul racked by the weight of their own burdens. I felt for him, intimately. We were bound by a shared suffering, a connection that felt both eternal and fleeting, like stars flickering in the vast, indifferent night. Then there was the girl, the one who didn't belong here, not in this world of boulders and despair. Her eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering remnants of hope as she watched Sisyphus with palpable worry. I could feel the shadows of her past clinging to her like a heavy cloak, whispering secrets of lost love and dreams extinguished too soon. Her name was Callista, and she wore her heart like a fragile glass ornament, cracked and beautiful. I knew, with aching clarity, that she would never understand the weight of the boulder as I did, yet somehow, she felt its pull, felt its gravity. I remember the laughter, she said, voice trembling as she gazed toward the slope of the mountain, where Sisyphus wrestled with his stone, pushing against the relentless pull of gravity. I remember when the world was painted in colors, not muted shades of gray. Her words cut deep, echoing the haunting nostalgia of a time when hope felt tangible, like the sunlight splintering through a canopy of trees, warm and welcoming. But here, in this barren landscape, hope felt like a cruel joke, a mirage flickering tauntingly in the distance. And then the boulder rolled back down, a menacing giant reclaiming its territory. Sisyphus's face twisted with rage and despair, but it was the moment he let out that primal scream, raw, animalistic, that silenced everything. Time stood still, wrapped in the weight of his anguish. I felt it reverberate within me, a visceral reminder of the screams I had swallowed in my own life, the moments I had felt utterly powerless against the tides of fate. "Why do you fight?" I wanted to scream at him, tears burning like molten iron in my eyes. "Why do you push that rock up a hill, only to watch it roll back down?" But deep inside, I knew the answer. It wasn't about the boulder, it was about the struggle, the relentless endeavor that defined his existence. It was a defiance against the absurdity of life, a rebellion against the gods who had cast him into this endless cycle of despair. It was a fight against futility itself, and in that, there was a strange beauty. Callista reached out to touch my arm, her fingers trembling. He pushes because to do otherwise would be to surrender. To him, every push is a moment of defiance, a fleeting spark of freedom. Her voice was soft, yet fierce, infusing the air with a brilliance that felt electric. I could see her heart breaking for him, for both of us, and yet in that moment, I felt a flicker of something I hadn't felt in a long time, an ember of understanding. I watched Sisyphus take a deep breath, his shoulders heaving as he prepared to push again. The boulder loomed large, a formidable adversary that seemed to mock his every effort. It was more than a simple stone, it was a mirror reflecting our darkest fears and deepest regrets, a weight we all carried in some form or another. The boulder was my father's disappointment, my mother's silent tears, the dreams that had crumbled into dust beneath the relentless march of time. "Is this all there is?" I whispered, more to myself than anyone else. An endless cycle of struggle without reward. It was a question that lingered like a specter, hovering over us, gnawing at our hearts. Callista frowned, shaking her head. "No. Every moment spent pushing is a moment lived. Every struggle is a chance to redefine ourselves." Her passion ignited a fire within me, a faint flicker of resolve, though doubt still clawed at my insides. We may feel trapped, but we have the power to find meaning in the struggle itself. And then, suddenly, it happened. Sisyphus launched himself forward, muscles straining, veins bulging, pure determination etched into his face. The boulder trembled, teetered, and for a fleeting heartbeat, it felt like it might just stay at the peak. My breath caught in my throat, my heart pounding in rhythm with his desperate struggle, a symphony of hope and despair. In that moment, the world around us blurred, the shadows flickering like candles in the wind. But then, with a jarring finality, the boulder slipped. It rolled backward, that dreadful, inevitable descent, crashing into the ground with a sound that echoed like a funeral bell. Sisyphus fell to his knees, a guttural sound escaping his throat, breaking the silence like glass shattering against stone. My heart twisted. I thought of Callista, her fragile heart, her hopes tethered to a man who would forever be burdened by that stone. "Why?" I wanted to scream, but the word was swallowed by the void of despair. Instead, I stood frozen, trapped in the haunting reality of our existence, the unrelenting truth that we are all Sisyphus, pushing our boulders up the mountains of our lives, only to watch them tumble back down. Her eyes met mine, a silent understanding passing between us, and for a moment, we were no longer just witnesses to a myth, we were part of it, caught in the web of struggle and resilience. And that was when I realized, the boulder wasn't just his curse, it was our shared burden, the weight of existence itself, unyielding and yet somehow, gloriously human. Time stretched and twisted, our collective breaths echoing in the vast emptiness, a testament to our fight against the absurdity of it all. And as the boulder rolled, I understood. There was no end to this struggle, no finish line, only the relentless push forward, the chance to find meaning amidst the chaos, to scream against the night and hope that the echoes of our defiance would rise above the shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. The clock struck midnight, its echo slicing through the suffocating silence of a forgotten street. Shadows danced, elongated by the flickering street lamp that struggled against the encroaching darkness. I stood there, breathless, a heartbeat away from madness, the chill of despair wrapping around my throat like a noose. I remember the way the air tasted, acrid and metallic, thick with the weight of unspoken words. It was a moment suspended in time, pregnant with dread, as if the night itself held its breath, anticipating the storm that was about to unleash. Just ahead, Clara's silhouette trembled, her body taut with fear. I could see her fingers clenching and unclenching, a metronome of anxiety, each pulse echoing the chaos in her mind. "I can't do this," she whispered, a fragile wisp of sound that begged for strength it did not possess. The regret in her eyes was a mirror to my own, reflecting years of choices that led us here, to this precipice where punishment loomed over us like a gnarled spectre. Behind us, a low growl rumbled through the darkness. It wasn't just the wind, it was the sound of consequences coming home, of choices made and their inevitable fallout. I turned, and there he was, Aaron, his face a storm of fury and betrayal. "You think you can just walk away?" His voice cut through the night, sharp and unforgiving, a jagged blade aimed directly at our hearts. "You think there's no price?" I wanted to scream, to hurl my pain back at him, but all I could manage was a hollow laugh, one that echoed off the crumbling buildings like a ghost of joy long lost. "What do you want from us?" I shouted, the words tearing from my throat, raw and ragged. Each syllable felt like a confession, a reminder of the sins we could not escape, the nights spent in laughter, the secrets whispered under starlit skies, now twisted into a noose of guilt. Clara stepped closer to me, her warmth a lifeline in the freezing embrace of despair. "We never meant for any of this," she pleaded, her voice laced with desperation. "We were just trying to find a way out." But even as she spoke, I could feel the truth of our lies hanging heavy in the air, a stench that clung to us like smoke from a fire we set ourselves. Aaron's laughter echoed, a cruel symphony to our suffering. "Out? You thought you could escape what you are? What we are?" Each word dripped with venom, and my chest constricted as I remembered the nights of siphoning joy from the misery around us, how we'd laughed in the face of the inevitable. The clock was ticking, and we were the architects of our own ruin. Suddenly, the shadows surged forward, twisting like serpents, as if the very night sought to consume us. Clara grasped my hand tightly, her nails digging into my flesh, grounding us in this reality where pain and consequence collided like thunder and lightning. "Don't let him twist this," she said, her voice a fierce whisper, a fragile hope against the impending storm. But Aaron surged forward, a dark force, the embodiment of our guilt. "You think you can fight me? You've already lost." His eyes were ablaze with a twisted satisfaction, and I could see the ghosts of our friendship slipping away, unraveling like threads from a tattered tapestry. The memories of laughter and warmth turned to ash in my throat. "Why are you doing this?" I managed to stammer, the question tumbling out like a desperate plea. I wanted to understand the darkness that cloaked him, the wounds that festered beneath the surface. But the moment hung heavy, an unbridgeable chasm between us, filled with unspoken pain and anger. "I'm doing this because you made me," he roared, each word a punch to the gut, the rawness of betrayal staining the air. "You think you can just forget? Walk away from the poison you've spread." His voice grew softer, almost a whisper now, laced with something I couldn't quite grasp. Was it sorrow, or was it madness? "You can't escape the punishment, not for what you did." Clara's breath hitched, and I felt the weight of her fear, the ripple of memory swirling around us, suffocating in their intensity. I could see the dreams we'd built together, crumbling like fragile glass, each shard a reminder of what we had lost in pursuit of fleeting happiness. "We didn't mean to hurt you," she said, her voice trembling, but I could feel the tremor of her resolve slipping away. The night deepened, the shadows closing in, a blanket of gloom that suffocated the last vestiges of hope. "You think you can absolve yourself with excuses?" Aaron's voice was a venomous hiss now, wrapping around us like cold steel. "Every choice has a consequence, and you are standing at the edge of your reckoning." I wanted to scream, to run, to hide from this reality where our mistakes loomed larger than life itself, monsters lurking in the dark corners of our minds. But I stood still, rooted by the gravity of our shared guilt. "What do you want?" I asked again, my voice barely a whisper, a thread of sanity in a whirlwind of chaos. "Justice," he replied, his eyes glinting with something darker than fury. "You will understand the cost of your actions." And in that moment, I realized the truth of our eternal struggle. The punishment we faced was not just from him, but from the very essence of our choices, gnawing at our souls like hungry wolves. The air buzzed with unspoken tension, thick and suffocating as the night swallowed us whole. I could feel the shadows swirling, wrapping around our hearts, twisting the emotional knife deeper. Clara squeezed my hand tighter, her warmth a fragile shield against the encroaching cold, but even that felt like it was fading, slipping through our fingers like sand. "Are you ready?" Aaron asked, his voice a haunting echo, a question that hung in the air like a noose waiting to tighten. I could only hope that in confronting the punishment, we might find redemption, but as I looked into Clara's eyes, I saw the flicker of fear, the shadows of doubt, and I knew that this was just the beginning of our reckoning, a fight not just against him, but against ourselves, against the darkness within that threatened to consume us all. And so, as the night deepened, I braced myself for the storm, the eternal struggle echoing through my soul, a battle not of fists, but of hearts laid bare, of scars that would never truly heal. The punishment awaited us, not outside, but within, and there was no escaping it, no turning back. The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that time was running out, and the shadows were closing in. The stone rolls back, an unstoppable force of despair, a grating sound that echoes in the chasm where hope should dwell. I stand there, breath held tight, heart racing, as Sisyphus, a figure draped in the shadows of his own making, stares at the boulder with a mixture of fury and resignation. His hands are calloused, fingers raw, the price of a futile labor that never ends. Sweat beads on his brow, glinting like stars in a blackened sky, each droplet a reminder of a dream that slips further away with every inch gained. Behind him, a figure watches, caught between disbelief and an aching empathy that threatens to spill over. It's Talia, his wife, who once bathed in the glow of his laughter, now shadowed by the weight of his curse. The love they shared is a ghost haunting the edges of her memory, a bittersweet film that clings to her heart. She whispers his name, a prayer, and a plea, but the wind swallows it whole, leaving only silence, a silence pregnant with pain and unspoken words. "I remember the first time we danced," she murmurs, the memory striking her like lightning. "The stars hung so low, the world was ours to conquer. But here, under the oppressive weight of the heavens, everything feels lost, as if they were never more than fleeting shadows." Sisyphus doesn't turn. He can't. The boulder is his world, a relentless reminder of his hubris, his defiance against the gods who deemed him unworthy. "Talia, go," he shouts, voice cracked and raw, as if each syllable is a stone tumbling down the slope. "You don't belong here. You don't deserve this torment." But she steps closer, defiance igniting in her chest. "And leave you to suffer alone? Never." The ground shifts beneath them, a trembling echo of their shared past, of promises made under a sun that now feels unyielding and cruel. Their love, once a cascade of joy, now hangs heavy like a shroud, suffocating under the weight of hopelessness. Sisyphus grits his teeth, the tension palpable, an electric hum that raises the hairs on her arms. "You wish to share my fate? To wear the chains of my despair?" He pushes against the stone, muscles straining, a primal scream tearing from his throat, a sound that reverberates in the very fabric of the universe, calling to something dark and ancient. And there, in that moment, the cosmos seems to pause, breathless. The stars blink, The moon shivers, as if the world itself is holding its breath, watching this tragic dance play out. Time stretches, each second a drop of rain in an endless storm, and Talia feels it, the crushing inevitability of existence pressing down on her chest. "I remember our dreams," she whispers, each word laced with longing and despair. "When we spoke of children, of building a life, of laughter echoing through our home. But those dreams are shards of glass now, jagged and cutting, memories that threaten to bleed her dry." The boulder rolls again, the sound a cruel mockery, and Sisyphus collapses, hand sinking into the dirt, desperation clawing at his insides. "What's the point, Talia? I am condemned." His voice breaks, a shattering echo that reverberates in her soul. "I defied the gods, and now I pay for that arrogance." Her heart clenches. But what is life without defiance? Without hope? She kneels beside him, her touch gentle, yet firm, grappling with the gravity of their shared fate. Every moment spent together, even in this torment, is a moment worth fighting for. "You are not alone in this." He looks into her eyes, those deep pools of understanding, of love, shimmering against the darkness. And what is love if it cannot save you? The question hangs in the air, heavy and poignant, a reminder of the fragility of their existence. An ominous wind sweeps across the plain, carrying whispers of the past, a cacophony of laughter, love, and loss. It calls to them, wraps around them like a shroud, a reminder of the lives they once lived, the dreams that now lay in ruins. They are surrounded by shadows, by memories that loom large, each one a ghost of what could have been. "Love is the only thing that makes this unbearable weight bearable," Talia replies, her voice steady, though the tremor in her hands betrays her resolve. "It is our rebellion against the gods, our refusal to let them win." With renewed strength, Sisyphus rises, the heavy stone pulling at him like a lead weight, but there is a flicker of defiance in his eyes. "Then let us defy them together." He pushes against the boulder, and for a brief, shimmering moment, it moves, climbing higher, breaking through the suffocating weight of despair. But just as quickly, it slips, gravity reclaiming its hold, and the stone tumbles down, crashing into the abyss below, a sound that shatters the very fabric of their resolve. Talia gasps, the wind knocked from her lungs, as she watches the glimmer of hope crumble into darkness. Yet, in that moment of loss, she feels a surge of something raw and undeniable. "We rise again," she breathes, voice laced with a fierce determination. "We will not be defined by this curse. Our love, our pain, it's ours." And with each whispered word, the shadows shift, revealing their true power, the capacity to fight, to endure, even in the face of futility. As Sisyphus turns to her, hearts racing in unison, a silent understanding passes between them. They are trapped, yes, but they are also free, bound by love and the courage to face whatever the gods throw their way. The boulder waits, a symbol of their struggle, a reminder of the weight they carry. But as they stand together, hands entwined, the darkness surrounding them seems to tremble, as if their defiance pulses like a heartbeat in the void. In the echo of their cries, in the depths of their despair, they find a flicker of purpose. And so, they push. The stone may forever roll, the struggle never ending, but in that ceaseless battle, they have discovered something even the gods cannot take away, their indomitable spirit, their love, the very essence of what it means to be alive. The stone trembles in the trembling hands of a man on the edge of despair. The sun hangs heavy in the sky, a fiery orb glaring down as if it knows the absurdity of his plight. He is alone, wrestling with a weight that is both literal and metaphysical, a curse, an endless cycle of toil. I remember that day vividly. I remember the way the earth shook beneath my feet as if it were laughing, mocking his struggle. I remember the sweat that trickled down my spine, the heat suffocating, yet invigorating, as I watched him push the damned stone up the hill once more. There he stood, Sisyphus, the eternal trickster, a figure of anguish and determination, a living embodiment of the struggle against fate. Each grunt echoed in the hollow valley, a sound that reverberated through time, vibrating with an intensity that clawed at my heart. Just as he reached the summit, the stone slipped, rolling down, crashing against the rocks below. The sound was thunderous, a cacophony of defeat that rippled through the silent air. I felt my breath hitch in my throat, an unholy mix of horror and exhilaration, my pulse quickening as I bore witness to his relentless agony. And then, there was her, Eurydice, a spectre of love lost, a haunting presence that shimmered at the edges of Sisyphus' consciousness. I could see it in her eyes as she watched him, a flicker of hope battling against despair, a love that danced like shadows under the pale moonlight. She reached out to him, her fingers brushing against the invisible barrier that separated them, that stark divide between life and the underworld, between triumph and eternal failure. Each glance exchanged was a silent scream, a testament to their unbreakable bond, yet forever entwined in tragedy. I remember the night when she whispered his name, her voice barely above a breath, laden with unfulfilled promises. Sisyphus, she murmured, her heart a fragile melody against the backdrop of impending darkness. Why do you continue this struggle? Her voice trembled, as if the very cosmos held its breath in anticipation of his answer. The air crackled with tension, as if even the stars were eavesdropping on their tragic tale. I must, he replied, a mix of defiance and resignation lacing his words, for to succumb to despair is to surrender my essence, my very being. There was a fire in his eyes, a spark of rebellion against a fate that sought to crush him. In that moment, I felt the weight of their love, heavy and bittersweet, a conundrum of longing and inevitability. They were two souls tethered to a cruel reality, forever intertwined yet separated by the cold hands of fate. The rhythm of his struggle became a heartbeat, a pulse that echoed through the ages. Each ascending step was a battle, each slip a reminder of human fragility. I could almost taste the dust in the air, the grit of anguish clinging to my tongue. His plight resonated with a raw intensity, a reflection of the human condition, striving, faltering, rising again, all while the cosmos laughs at our relentless pursuit of meaning as if we were mere playthings in a grand, absurd theater. I remember the shadows that danced in the twilight, the figures lurking just outside the reach of light. They whispered secrets of ancient wisdom, tales of heroes and gods, their laughter cruel as they recounted Sisyphus' fate. Yet in their mockery lay a profound truth. In the absurdity of his struggle, there was a glimmer of hope, a flicker of defiance against the inevitable. Was it not within the struggle that we find our purpose? That even in the face of eternity, we could carve our own narratives, however tragic they may be. Eurydice, like a ghost, hovered on the fringes of reality, a reminder of what was to be cherished. Sisyphus, she pleaded, her voice a shivering echo against the stone walls of his prison. Do not let this burden consume you. Even in the depths of your struggle, remember the love we shared, the laughter that once filled our hearts. But he was a man caught in a cycle, a prisoner of his own making, wrestling against the heavens and the earth, a living embodiment of the Sisyphean paradox. I could see the conflict etched into his brow, the anguish of choice, the irony of fate. Each push, each slip, is a part of me, he said, breath heavy with emotion, and perhaps, in this endless toil, I find the semblance of freedom. And therein lies the chilling reality, his struggle was not just against the stone, but against the very essence of existence. It drew me in, rooted me to the spot, as if I too were ensnared in the web of their tragic fate. The moon rose high, casting an ethereal glow over the valley, illuminating the ghostly figures of their shared memories, trapped in a dance of love and despair. I watched as Sisyphus braced himself once more, muscles straining, determination flooding his veins. The stone rose, inch by inch, and for a heartbeat, I thought he might conquer his fate. But the cosmos shifted, stars flickering in cruel delight, and with a heart-stopping crash, the stone tumbled down once more. Eurydice faltered, her voice choked with pain, a silent plea for understanding in a world rife with chaos. Time unraveled like a fraying tapestry, memories weaving in and out, whispers of laughter mingling with cries of anguish. I felt a deep ache within me, the beauty of their love juxtaposed against the stark reality of their circumstances. As the night deepened, the shadows grew longer, and the once vibrant city beyond the hill became a mere ghost of itself, an echo of forgotten dreams. I stood, breathless, immersed in their plight, their raw emotions washing over me like waves crashing against jagged rocks. Sisyphus, Eurydice, these were not just characters bound by fate. They were reflections of us all, trapped in our own Sisyphean struggles, pushing our stones up the hills of life, yearning for a glimpse of hope, a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness. And so, The story unfolds, an endless cycle of longing, anguish, and defiance, a testament to the human spirit's relentless quest for meaning. I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon my heart, the echoes of ancient voices reverberating through time. In the depths of despair, in the laughter that dances on the edge of tragedy, I found a raw, unyielding truth: life, in all its chaos, is a beautiful absurdity. And we are but players, forever pushing our stones, searching for meaning in the madness. The stone rolled back, a guttural sound echoing against the jagged cliffs. Sisyphus cursed, the words choking in his throat as the weight of his punishment pressed down, heavy, suffocating, relentless. His hand shook, raw and bloody, yet he reached for the cursed boulder again, each motion a defiance against the heavens. I stood at the precipice, an unseen witness to a tragedy older than memory, feeling the heat of his frustration radiate through the air. The irony twisted like a knife. Was he the prisoner, or was it fate that was bound in chains? I remember the moment before the storm broke, when silence hung thick, pregnant with unvoiced fears. He was not alone, though the mountain loomed high above him, cutting into the sky like an ancient monument of despair. There was also Eurydice, a ghost hovering at the edges of his consciousness, her presence palpable yet always just out of reach. Her eyes, once warm and inviting, now flickered like dying embers, shadows of love lost to the cruel grip of destiny. A cruel joke played by the gods, their laughter echoing in the canyons of his heart. "I came back for you," he whispered, almost prayer-like, and my own heart cracked open. What could he say? What could she say? The tale of love and loss, of passion and betrayal, swirled like a storm in his mind. He saw her face, the memory of their shared laughter, the promise of forever, now splintered into fragments, like glass scattered on the floor of a shattered dream. "Don't!" Her voice, soft but firm, fluttered like a moth caught in a web of fate. "You can't save me. You can't change what's done." And yet, in that moment, something fierce ignited inside him, a primal rage against the chains of the cosmos. He charged at the stone, grappling with the weight of it, each push a declaration of war against the gods. The boulder, slick and heavy, slipped through his fingers again, tumbling down, mocking him, as if laughing at the futility of his struggle. I remember watching, breath caught in my throat, feeling the sheer desperation wash over him, wave after wave. This was not merely a punishment, it was a twisted dance with fate, a macabre ballet where each step forward yielded a retreat into darkness. "What is my fate?" he roared, his voice crashing against the rocks, but the only response was the wind, whispering secrets meant for no ears. Eurydice watched, an ache blooming in her chest. Her own choices had led her to a different kind of suffering, one marked by shadows and regrets. The day she chose the path of the living over the embrace of death haunted her still. She had danced with shadows, flirted with the void, and yet, here she stood, a spectre in the twilight of his despair. "I chose life," she murmured, her heart heavy with the weight of that decision, "but now I'm a ghost." "Then be my ghost!" Sisyphus shouted, pushing against the stone, muscles straining, sweat mixing with tears. "Join me in this fight against the gods." His desperation washed over me, a tidal wave of raw emotion that pulled me under. The futility of his struggle, the resignation of his spirit, twisted into something beautiful and haunting. I recognized the flaws within them, the aching desire to be seen and understood, the relentless pursuit of purpose in a world that offered none. Every attempt to summit the peak became a declaration of his humanity. With every slip and fall, the boulder crashing down beneath him, he clung tighter to the idea of defiance. "I will not be broken," he chanted, as if his very breath could rewrite the script handed to him by cruel, indifferent gods. It wasn't just fate he battled, it was the very essence of existence, the absurdity of life itself. Eurydice's heart twisted at the sight. She was tethered to him by the fragility of their shared fate, each push against the boulder a reminder of her own chains, the regrets, the choices that had led her to this precipice. "You think you can fight fate?" she asked, her voice trembling. "You think you can win?" "I don't know," he gasped, pausing for a moment, eyes blazing with determination. "But I have to try." And in that moment of shared vulnerability, the world blurred around them, the mountains, the stars, the very fabric of reality. Time stretched, a cosmic joke, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the punchline. His hands trembled as he reached for the stone again, a lover's caress, a promise unbroken. "I remember," she whispered, stepping closer, her ethereal form shimmering against the fading light. "I remember the laughter, the warmth of your touch. I remember the world before the shadows." But the shadows crept in like a thief in the night, cloaking the memories they cherished in a veil of despair. With each passing moment, Sisyphus found a flicker of hope amid the darkness, a defiance that echoed through his bones. No matter how many times the stone rolled back, he would rise again. "Fate may be written in the stars," he shouted, voice reverberating off the cliffs, "but I will carve my own destiny." And as the boulder tumbled once more, the shadows deepened, a reminder that some battles are never truly won. Yet the fight continued, raw, chaotic, beautiful, echoing into the vast, indifferent cosmos. Each moment a prayer, each struggle a testament to the indomitable spirit that flickered within them. And so, as the day faded into twilight and the stars emerged one by one, Sisyphus and Eurydice stood on the edge of fate, locked in a timeless dance of hope and despair, forever intertwined in a battle against the unfathomable. The boulder rolled again, thundering down the mountain, a deafening roar that shattered the silence of that bleak landscape. It echoed in my chest, a heartbeat of despair. I stood on the edge, breathless, my hands trembling against the rocky outcrop, feeling the dust swirl up like ghosts of the past, clinging to my skin. Sisyphus watched, his eyes hollow but blazing with a defiance that felt almost contagious. There was a desperation in the way he grasped the rough stone, the way his muscles strained against the gravity of his eternal punishment. I could feel it in my bones, the weight of hopelessness mingling with the spark of rebellion. But there were others here, too. I remembered Anna, standing just a few feet away. Her laughter had once echoed like music, bright and unfiltered, cutting through the fog of despair. Now, it hung like a forgotten melody, warped and distant, overshadowed by the looming presence of that cursed boulder. She was lost in her own struggle, a flicker of defiance battling the shadows of her mind. Her fingers brushed the stone, a futile attempt to connect with the endless cycle of effort and failure. "Why do you keep doing this?" she whispered, her voice trembling, a fragile thread that threatened to unravel. "Doesn't it hurt?" Sisyphus paused, glancing at her with a mixture of pity and understanding. I could see the lines etched on his face, like cracks in ancient pottery, a testament to the years of toil. "It's not the pain," he replied, his voice gravelly, raw. "It's the fight that keeps me alive, even in this hell." I felt the sharp sting of those words, as if they had cut through the fog that enveloped my heart. I remembered my own battles, the moments of darkness that had clawed at my spirit. The echoes of my past whispered through me, taunting, reminding me of every failure, every moment I had clung to hope only to watch it slip away like sand through my fingers. And there was Sam, too. Ambitious, driven, a man who had chased success with a relentless fervor. His eyes darted around the desolate landscape, searching for meaning amid the chaos. But all he found was the hollow shell of his own ambition, a reflection of Sisyphus, an endless climb toward an unattainable summit. "We're all just pushing our boulders," he said, a bitter edge lodged in his voice. "Is there any point?" "Point?" Sisyphus scoffed, a glimmer of amusement breaking through his stoic facade. "The point is always shifting. Sometimes, it's the act itself. Sometimes, it's the hope that tomorrow, the boulder might stay at the top, just for a moment." I watched as Anna's gaze met Sam's, a flicker of understanding igniting between them, a shared pain that bound them together. Their flaws spilled over like a broken dam, Anna, the eternal optimist haunted by shadows, Sam, the pragmatist veiled in cynicism. They were both searching for meaning in a world stripped of it, and I felt the tension crackle in the air, thick and suffocating. The boulder rolled again, a low rumble that reverberated through the ground beneath us. Each time it fell, it carried the weight of our failures, our regrets, and the crushing inevitability of existence. I could see Sisyphus' resolve falter momentarily as he gazed at the descent, the shadow that stretched before him, mocking in its permanence. It was an abyss of sorrow, a reminder that no matter how hard he fought, he would always return to the beginning. "I remember," I murmured, unable to contain the flood of memories. I remember standing in front of my own boulder, feeling it crush me beneath its weight. I remember the nights I screamed at the stars, begging for clarity, for a reason to keep pushing. And every morning, it was as if the universe answered with silence. Anna nodded, a flicker of recognition in her eyes, that same dark laughter now wrapped in a shroud of grief. And yet, here we are, she replied softly, still climbing, still hoping. I felt that familiar ache within me, that yearning for meaning in the mundane, the absurdity of our struggles. The world around us was indifferent, a vast expanse of star-speckled void, yet here we stood, clinging to the fragile threads of hope. The air grew heavy with our collective despair, a palpable weight that threatened to pull us beneath the surface. Sam shifted uncomfortably, the shadows of doubt swirling around him like a storm. Do you really believe it's worth it? This endless cycle? What if we're just fooling ourselves? Then we're the fools, Sisyphus said, a spark of defiance igniting in his weary eyes. But I choose to be a fool who fights. I choose to find meaning in the struggle, even if it is a lie. I felt a surge of energy, a pulse that raced through the air, electrifying our hearts. For a moment, we were suspended in that fragile space between despair and determination, teetering on the edge of a revelation. The boulder loomed above us, an ever-present reminder of our burdens, yet in that moment, it felt lighter, as if shared among us. But then the boulder rolled again, its thunderous descent breaking the spell. It crashed into the valley with a sound that echoed like a funeral dirge, reminding us of the futility we faced. As it settled, I could see the glimmers of hope flickering within the shadows. We were bound by our struggles but also by our resilience. The three of us stood there, on the precipice of realization, staring into the abyss of Sisyphus' doom. In that moment, the universe felt vast and ungraspable, yet intimately close. Each breath was a reminder that we were alive, that we were fighting, that we were capable of finding meaning even amid chaos. And the boulder rolled again, and with it, I felt the weight of our shared burdens, the haunting beauty of our existence, as our hearts raced in unison, echoing against the backdrop of a universe that cared little for our struggles. We clung to each other, to the absurdity of it all, and in that moment of shared despair, we found a flicker of hope, a glimmer of defiance against the darkness, a reminder that the fight was worth it, even when the boulder rolled down again and again. The stone rolls. It shudders against the earth, a boulder of despair that echoes in the chest, a living heartbeat of futility. I stand on the precipice of an abyss, my palms clammy, my breath caught in a vice. A man, gaunt and hollow-eyed, strains beneath the weight of it, Sisyphus. Sweat beads on his brow, glistening in the dim light of the underworld, the air thick with the scent of decay and despair. Each time he pushes that boulder to the summit, the moment before triumph whispers promises of release, only to watch it tumble back into the depths, dragging him with it, deeper than before. I remember that moment, the anticipation, the promise of respite, only to be shattered again. Beside him, a woman lingers in the shadows, her fingers tracing the cool, damp stone wall. She is his sister, or perhaps his lover, the lines blur in the darkness. Her name is lost to time, but her eyes hold the weight of 1,000 lifetimes, reflecting his struggle with a painful familiarity. I remember her anguish, the way her heart beats in rhythm with his hopeless endeavor. Her love feels like a ghost haunting the edges of his relentless cycle, a reminder of what once was and what can never be again. Why do you do this? She whispers, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. Why continue to fight against the inevitable? The tears well in her eyes, glistening like stars that dared to shine through the oppressive fog. Sisyphus pauses, breathless, the boulder looming over him like a cruel spectre. To feel, he gasps, words spilling like blood. To feel the weight of existence, even if it crushes me. There is a beauty in his suffering, a defiance that cuts through the shadows wrapping around them like chains. The air vibrates with the raw intensity of their connection, a shared madness that pulls at the edges of sanity. Time folds in on itself. I remember flickers of history, ancient sculptures, paintings that weep with emotion. In every brushstroke, Sisyphus is reborn, a Sisyphean figure carved into marble, a testament to the struggle against the absurd. Each depiction pulls me deeper into the vortex, an artist in a dimly lit studio, the smell of turpentine heavy in the air, fervently capturing that moment of despair, that fleeting flicker of hope. I see it in the eyes of a painter, consumed by his own demons, breath quickening as he captures the essence of relentless struggle on canvas. "Your agony inspires me," the artist murmurs, his voice a tremor, tracing the lines of Sisyphus's face. It transcends time, a dance of futility that speaks to every soul. But what of the souls entwined in his torment? What of the anguish buried in the brushstrokes that creates beauty out of despair? Each portrait, each sculpture, a haunting echo of his plight, reverberating through the ages, an eternal vigil for those who dare to dream yet find themselves ensnared in the web of existence. Within the gallery, shadows whisper secrets. I remember standing before a canvas splashed with darkness, a chaotic swirl of emotion that grips the heart. Sisyphus, caught in an endless loop, eyes wide with defiance, mouth set in a grim line, communicates an unyielding rage against the absurdity of life. The artist, was that me, bleeds into each stroke, an outpouring of anguish that dances on the edge of madness. I can feel the brush in my hand, the weight of the world on my shoulders. But there's a warmth in the chaos, a connection that fires through the air. I remember the laughter, the dark humor that rises like a phoenix amidst the despair. They bathed once a year, I joke, the absurdity of the past crackling in the air. So yeah, romance was earthy. Laughter echoes, a lifeline thrown amidst the storm, drawing the attention of others, each face reflecting their own Sisyphean struggles. The clock ticks in the corner, a relentless reminder of time's cruel passage. I remember the moment the air shifts, attention coiling tight as the confrontation looms. Sisyphus glances toward the horizon, where shadows blend with light, a glimmer of hope buried under layers of sorrow. What if I could change the cycle? He muses, a flicker of madness igniting in his gaze. What if the boulder could be my salvation? No, she cries, fear pooling in her heart. No. The moment you let go, you lose everything, your struggle, your purpose. Her voice rises, an anguished plea that slices through the heavy air, pulling him back from the edge of a precipice he cannot see. In that moment, an understanding swells between them, drowning them both in an ocean of realization that is at once suffocating and liberating. Every heartbeat stretches into eternity. The boulder rolls again, a harsh reminder of the cyclical nature of their existence, of life itself, a reminder that the struggle is eternal, yet so is the love that binds them. That is the paradox, the joy and pain intertwined like a delicate thread, binding them in a tapestry of fate, of history. As the dust settles around them, I see the echoes of their struggles reflected in the faces of those who come after, artists who grasp for meaning in their own Sisyphean tasks. I see their pain, their joy, their laughter wrapped in layers of despair, captured forever in strokes and lines. Each artist, each era, holds a mirror to the past, reminding us that Sisyphus is not alone. In the dim corners of history, his story ripples through time, threading through the hearts of every artist who dares to capture that moment of struggle, of hope, of resurrection. There is a chill that lingers, a pulse that thrums like a heartbeat against the fabric of existence, a reminder that we are all Sisyphus, and the stone, relentless, awaits our next move. So I stand here, breathless, as history unfolds, an eternal cycle wrapped in echoes of laughter and cries of despair, forever grasping for meaning in the absurdity of it all. What lies ahead is uncertain, but the struggle continues. The boulder rolls on, and with it, the weight of our humanity. The weight of the stone pressed against his chest as he stood there, breathless, on the cusp of despair. The hill loomed ahead, dark and unyielding, a cruel reminder of every failure that had ever haunted him. He was not just Sisyphus, the eternal prisoner of his own punishment, he was every man who had ever felt the crushing inevitability of life's burdens. His heart raced, a frantic drumbeat in the silence of his mind, where shadows whispered doubt and regret. He could hear the echoes of laughter, mocking, cruel, drifting like ghosts through the canyon of his thoughts. I remember the first time I saw the stone, he confessed, voice trembling, like a feeble flame fighting against the winds of fate. It was just a rock, a simple, heavy rock. But now it feels like the universe itself, a weight pressing down on me, begging me to surrender. Beside him stood Ilara, her eyes dark pools of understanding, swirling with the storms of her own discontent. She had come here seeking solace, yet found only the specter of her own failures reflected back at her. "You think you're the only one," she snapped, her voice sharp as a knife. "We all drag our stones. Mine just happens to be wrapped in the chains of expectation. The air thickened with tension as they faced each other, two souls caught in a cycle of grief and anger, hope and despair. Ilara's hands curled into fists, and Sisyphus could see the faint flicker of vulnerability behind her fierce demeanor. You know what I hate most? It's the waiting, the endless waiting for something to change, to break free from this absurdity. He nodded, understanding flickering like a dying light. They were bound by the same oppressive force, clones of despair in a cosmic dance of futility. They moved through their lives, not really living, but rather existing beneath the weight of their own expectations. I thought it would get easier, he choked out, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. But with every push, I just find myself back at the bottom, staring at the stone as it rolls away. But it wasn't just the stone that haunted him. It was the ghosts of dreams unfulfilled, the laughter of friends turned cold, the memories of moments that slipped through his fingers like sand. We are all Sisyphus, Ilara, he murmured, almost to himself, the realization crashing over him like a wave. We push the stone, we fall, we rise again. But for what? For whom? She stepped closer, the distance between them charged with an electric tension. For ourselves, she whispered, the softness in her voice a contrast to the storm inside her. We push because we must. What else is there? To rebel against the absurdity is to embrace it fully, to feel the weight and still choose to move. Around them, the world stood still, as if holding its breath, waiting for their next move. The city beyond the hill was a living tapestry, threads of laughter, despair, and hope woven together in chaotic harmony. The shadows danced beneath the orange glow of streetlights, mocking their struggle. You know, Sisyphus offered, a hint of mischief creeping into his tone, they bathe once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy. Ilara let out a laugh, a sound that pierced the heaviness in the air, bringing a moment of clarity. Earthy is one way to put it. But weren't they just living? Just trying to find joy in the absurdity of it all. Joy? Perhaps, he replied, the laughter dissolving into a bittersweet smile. But what if it's a cruel joke? What if we're just the punchline of some cosmic comedian, destined to roll our stones eternally in a world that doesn't care? There's beauty in that, she insisted, stepping back, arms crossed defiantly. In the struggle itself. The act of pushing, of rising each time we fall, it's all we have. It's the rebellion against the absurd. His heart twisted in his chest, torn between the suffocating weight of despair and the flickering spark of something more, hope? Or was it mere defiance? But what if the struggle is pointless? What if we simply exist to suffer? Ilara's eyes blazed with intensity, a fire ignited by the pain of shared struggle. Then we find meaning in the suffering. We embrace the absurd. Like the phoenix rising from ashes, we can find purpose in our failures. He could see it now, the flicker of rebellion in her gaze, a light alive with possibility. But what if we fail to rise, he challenged, feeling the pull of desperation claw at his resolve. What if every attempt leads us back to the stone, back to the bottom? Then we failed beautifully, she replied, unflinching. We fail with grace, with laughter echoing in the void. The universe may be indifferent, but we are not. We are alive, and that alone is revolutionary. Their words hung in the air like the heavy scent of rain, a promise of cleansing after the storm. The hill felt both insurmountable and inviting, a paradox wrapped in skin and bone. Sisyphus met her gaze, a silent understanding passing between them. I remember, he whispered, the taste of freedom and the sweet agony of hope. It's the small victories that keep us pushing. As he turned to face the stone again, a shiver ran down his spine. The weight felt familiar, almost comforting, as he gripped it tightly, feeling its rough surface against his palms. Together, he asked, a question hanging in the air like an unspoken vow. Always, she replied, stepping beside him, ready to meet the hill, to face the absurdity of their existences together. And as they began to push, the world faded into a blur of shadows and light, a reminder that the struggle was theirs, every heartbeat echoing in defiance against the dark. The city pulsed behind them, alive with laughter and sorrow, beckoning them to continue, to rise once more. And somewhere in the depths of that dark night, a voice whispered, a promise, a challenge, an eternity bound in stone. The clock strikes 12, and the city holds its breath, suspended in a moment that feels unbearably heavy. Shadows stretch and skulk, whispering secrets into the night. A solitary figure stands on the edge of a crumbling rooftop, a ghost against the backdrop of flickering neon and distant sirens. Jean, eyes hollowed by sleepless nights, watches the world below with an intensity that sets his heart racing and his breath hitching. He remembers. He remembers the sweet scent of jasmine in summer, laughter echoing down sunlit streets, the way love felt like sunlight warming the skin. But that warmth is gone now, snuffed out like a candle in the wind. Why do we keep pretending? He shouts into the void, the question ricocheting against the brick walls, swallowed by the abyss. The city is a theater, and he feels like a forgotten actor, lost between the acts, waiting for a cue that will never arrive. Beside him, Lila, trembling, stands rooted to the spot, her heart racing in sync with his turmoil. She wears her sorrow like a second skin, the weight of her past clinging to her like a lost child. You can't just throw yourself into the darkness, she whispers, her voice a fragile thread, pulling at him, trying to tether him to what little hope remains. There's still something left, isn't there? The way she says it, it almost sounds like a prayer, but the truth hangs in the air, heavy with despair. Yet, Jean cannot see it. All he feels is the absurdity of it all, the grotesque comedy of existence. He shakes his head, an angry flurry of movement. You think there's meaning in this madness? His voice drips with contempt, lashes out like a whip. We're marionettes dancing on strings of chance, puppets in a cosmic joke. Look at us! He spreads his arms wide, inviting her to witness the absurdity, the futility. Look at the world. The wars, the hunger, the relentless march of time that devours everything whole. And in those words, there's a crack, a fracture in Lila's heart. Memories flood her mind, her mother's gentle hands, the laughter of friends long gone, the warmth of a lover's embrace. Each memory is a ghost, haunting her, taunting her with what once was. But we're alive, she pleads, desperation lacing her voice, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. We're here, right now. Isn't that enough to fight for? Jean steps closer, the distance between them laden with tension. The chaos swirls around them, a cyclone of emotion, fear, anger, longing. What is enough? He asks, his voice lowering to a mere whisper, betraying a vulnerability that feels foreign. We suffer, we yearn, we ache, but what do we gain? A fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of the universe, and then nothing. With those words, a silence falls, both suffocating and liberating. Lila's breath catches in her throat, a realization blooming, raw and painful. She remembers the night spent counting stars, the way they shimmered like distant dreams, seemingly out of reach yet infinitely beautiful. What if the absurd is all we have, she murmurs, a flicker of light in the darkness. What if we find beauty in the chaos? Jean's laugh is bitter, a jagged edge. Beauty? In the void? You really think we can wrap our arms around something so empty? A part of him wants to believe, to surrender to her words, but the weight of existence is too much to bear. The night yawns before him, a chasm filled with unnameable fears and unfulfilled desires. And then, like a thunderclap in the stillness, the past crashes in. A figure, cloaked in shadows, emerges from the darkness, a spectre of regret and lost dreams. It's Maxim, Jean's old friend, his face a mask of anguish and rage. You're a coward, Jean, he screams, the words slicing through the air like glass. You wallow in your despair while the world burns. You think you're the only one suffering? We all are. But we fight. We rage against the dying of the light instead of waiting for it to extinguish us. Jean flinches, the accusation piercing his heart. And for what? A moment of glory? A fleeting victory before the inevitable? You think that's enough? You think that's meaningful? His voice rises, cracking under the weight of despair and anger. The three of them stand on the precipice, the skyline a jagged silhouette against the starless sky, each battling their demons in a dance as old as time. I remember, Lila whispers, as if trapped in a memory. I remember sitting atop a hill, laughing with you too, dreaming of the future. We thought we could change the world. We thought we were invincible. Her voice trembles, and the past slips through her fingers like sand, her dreams dissolving into the night. The silence that follows is deafening. Each heartbeat echoes like a drum, a reminder of their existence, their pain, their absurdity. Jean's world narrows to the weight of that moment, the three of them, standing on the edge of everything. The air is electric, charged with unsaid words, unexpressed feelings, the raw truth of their existence hanging like a noose around their necks. Maxim's anger morphs into sorrow, his voice cracking. We can fight together, Jean. We can find meaning in this madness. It doesn't have to end like this. The plea is soft, but it reverberates like a bombshell, blasting open the gates of their souls. Lila steps forward, her fingers brushing against Jean's arm. Please. Let's not let the absurdity win. Let's create our own meaning, our own beauty. And in that moment, time suspends, an eternal now filled with unspoken fears and tangled dreams. The cacophony of life swells around them, and for a brief instant, they stand united in their shared humanity, teetering on the edge of the abyss, daring to leap into the unknown. The shadows loom larger, but there's a spark of defiance, a flicker of determination. They are three souls intertwined in a cosmic dance, fighting against the absurd, struggling to carve their existence into something more than just a fleeting moment, more than just a breath in the void. And as the clock ticks on, they realize the fight isn't over, it has only just begun. The clock ticked, each second a reminder of the weight that pressed down on Jess's chest. He stood in the dimly lit room, surrounded by shadows that seemed to breathe, pulsating with the remnants of choices made and unmade. Outside, the city was alive, a chaotic pulse of horns, laughter, and fading sirens, but inside, there was only silence, thick and suffocating, like the aftermath of a storm waiting to break. Jess's heart raced, not from fear, but from something darker, a gnawing sense of futility, a longing for meaning in the chaos surrounding him. Across the room, Sophia sat curled on the edge of a tattered couch, her eyes glassy, staring at the wall as if it held the answers to questions she dared not ask. The shadows curled around her like a lover's embrace, but it was not comfort she felt. No, it was the familiar chill of despair creeping in, whispering lies of worthlessness in her ear. "What's the point?" she murmured, her voice barely a breath. Every day feels like pushing a boulder up a hill, only to watch it roll back down. Jess's gaze shifted to the small table littered with remnants of their lives, crumpled bills, empty coffee cups, and a single wilted flower in a cracked vase. They had once talked about dreams, grand ambitions that felt tangible, but now they felt like distant echoes. "We're just like Sisyphus, you know," he said, the words slipping out before he could stop them. The myth lodged itself in his mind, heavy and unyielding. Stuck in an endless loop, pushing our burdens uphill, only for them to tumble back down. Sophia turned her head, eyes narrowing with the spark of recognition. "But is it really pointless? Sisyphus was punished, condemned to that fate. We chose this." There was a tremor in her voice, as if she teetered on the edge of an abyss, and Jessie felt the pull of that darkness, the siren call of surrender. "Did we?" He could feel the weight of her gaze, a question unasked but understood. The walls vibrated with their uncertainty. Around them, the city pulsed like a living thing, thrumming with the lives of strangers who danced blithely unaware of their own Sisyphean struggles. Were they any different? Were they not trapped in the same cycle of waking, working, and existing, only to return to the beginning, day after day? "I remember," Sophia said, her voice stronger now, "when we thought we could change the world. Remember how we laughed about the absurdity of it all? Bathed in idealism, so convinced we were invincible." She paused, her expression shifting, the hopeful veneer cracking under the weight of reality. "But now it feels like we're drowning in it. Like we're fighting a tide that only grows stronger." Jesse clenched his fists, the raw intensity of her words igniting something primal within him. "But what if we're wrong? What if this, the struggle, the pain, is what makes us alive? What if Sisyphus is not just a cautionary tale, but a testament to resilience? What if he finds meaning in the struggle itself? The words were barely out before he felt them crashing back down, lost in the tumult of his own thoughts. Silence enveloped them once more, a heavy blanket that stifled any flicker of hope. The faint sound of a siren wailed outside, a reminder of the urgency that thrummed beneath their skin. Jess's thoughts danced between the allure of surrender and the defiance of hope, each heartbeat a reminder of the thin line they walked. "I remember when we used to dream," he said, breaking the silence, "about changing everything. I remember how we laughed at the absurdity of our ambitions. It was like we were invincible." He let the memory wash over him, a bittersweet tide that pulled him under. "But now it's just a joke, isn't it? A macabre comedy where we're center stage, and the audience is long gone." Sophia's expression shifted, a flicker of defiance igniting in the depths of her despair. "Maybe it's not the end. Maybe we've just been looking at it wrong. Maybe the struggle itself is our rebellion against the void. Maybe Sisyphus smiles as he rolls that boulder, embracing the absurdity of it all." The room crackled with intensity, the tension between them sharp as glass. Each word hung in the air like a ghost, echoing their collective anguish and longing for something more. Jessie felt the pulse of their shared struggle, as if it were a living entity, binding them together in their quest for meaning amidst the shadows. And as they stared into the void of the unknown, caught in the grip of existential dread, he realized that even in their darkest moments, they were alive. The city outside continued to breathe, to pulse, with the weight of lives intertwined. And in that moment, he understood, their struggle was not in vain. It was a declaration of existence, a fight against the inevitability of despair. The absurdity of their lives loomed large, a cosmic joke they could choose to embrace or reject. But here, in the thick, electric air of the room, they had a choice. They could push their boulders together, forging meaning in the struggle, or let the weight crush them under its relentless pressure. Together then, Jessie whispered, his heart racing with renewed purpose. Sophia nodded, a fragile smile breaking through the darkness. Together! And as they stood, hand in hand, they prepared to confront the shadows, the boulders looming large before them, ready to roll them uphill once more, defiant against the absurdity, against the weight of existence itself. The city outside remained oblivious, but within, a spark ignited, a flame that would not be easily extinguished. The struggle awaited, and they would face it, together. The boulder rolled, a thunderous echo against the mountain's jagged spine, reverberating through the dark abyss where Sisyphus stood, arms trembling, heart racing. Time was irrelevant here, it was a cruel trickster, a mirage. But in this moment, the only truth was the weight of the stone, pressing into his palms, the unyielding pulse of his defiance against fate. Each inch gained felt like a victory, a flicker of hope against the stifling darkness above. And yet, with every step he took, the universe conspired to drag him back down, the gravel shifting like the very fabric of his existence unraveling at the seams. I remember the first time I felt like Sisyphus, struggling against a tide far too strong for my own fragile limbs. It was a Tuesday, and the rain poured down like the world was weeping. I was at my desk, papers strewn like fallen leaves, deadlines looming as heavy as the clouds. I laughed then, a hollow, echoing sound that bounced off the walls, a twisted reminder that the grim realities of life had a sense of humor. I chuckled at my own absurdity, drowning in despair while clutching a coffee cup like it was a life raft. But Sisyphus, oh, he felt it deeper. The sting of betrayal, the bitterness of eternity carved into his fate, an eternal cycle of hope and despair. And in the shadows of his torment, another presence lingered, Camilla, a ghost of his past. She watched him, her eyes shimmering with a blend of love and sorrow, a haunting reminder of what was lost, what could never be reclaimed. Her laughter danced around him, bright and mocking, yet it felt like a lullaby drifting across time, tethered to memories of fleeting joy. "Why do you fight, Sisyphus?" she whispered, her voice like fragile glass shattering against the silence. "It's not about the stone. It's about the struggle." His breath hitched, the weight of her words settling into the cracks of his consciousness. He pressed his palms against the unforgiving surface, each push a rebellion, a testament to human resilience. In that moment, the stone felt like a metaphor, an intricate symbol of life's relentless challenges. He was not merely pushing rock, he was grappling with existence itself, every heave a silent scream against the cosmic indifference. And so, he climbed, each fleeting moment of triumph igniting sparks of rebellion deep within his soul. But as he neared the summit, the stone slipped, a cruel twist of fate, and tumbled back down, mocking him as it rolled. The sound was deafening, a cacophony of despair that echoed through the crevices of eternity. Sisyphus could feel Camilla's presence flicker, a dying fire in the chill of despair. I remember. I murmur, feeling her rage mix with my own. I remember the days I clawed my way through endless nights, yearning for something to hold on to, something real. The reminiscence gripped me with a visceral longing. But there was always a spark, a small flicker of rebellion. Even as the stone rolled back down, he found strength in the very act of trying. It was a beautiful, tragic dance. With every fall, he learned to rise, bloodied and bruised but unbroken. The struggle became his essence, a haunting melody that filled the air with a mixture of anguish and hope. And then there was Marcus, the eternal skeptic, standing at the foot of the mountain, arms crossed, brow furrowed. He scoffed at Sisyphus. "What's the point?" he barked, bitterness curling around his words like smoke. "You're just going to lose again. It's futile." But beneath the bravado, there was fear, a visceral terror of being trapped in a cycle where hope flickers like a dying candle. Marcus watched, his heart a tempest, a chaotic blend of envy and sorrow. He longed for the courage to fight, yet felt suffocated by the weight of his own hopelessness. Sisyphus paused at the edge of despair, glancing down at the stone that had become an extension of himself. "You don't understand, Marcus. The struggle is everything. It's not about the destination. It's about the fight." The words hung in the air, thick with tension, a moment suspended in time. The mountain loomed above them, an indifferent giant watching the drama unfold. The clouds shifted ominously, shadows creeping in, a reminder of the darkness that loomed behind every flicker of light. "Without the struggle, what are we?" Sisyphus shouted, his voice echoing against the stone walls. "Just ghosts drifting through a hollow existence. Better than being endlessly crushed." Marcus shouted back, his voice raw with unfiltered emotion. "Why not embrace the fall? Accept the futility." In that moment, the world around them felt alive, vibrating with the weight of their words. Shadows danced like haunted souls, whispering secrets only they could understand. Camilla's laughter faded, replaced by the chilling silence of doubt. In the depth of his heart, Sisyphus could feel the pull of despair clawing at him, a sinister reminder that even the strongest spirit can waver. But still, the stone rolled. And still, he climbed. Each time he faltered, every time he stumbled, he found himself rising anew, drenched in sweat and sorrow. Perseverance was not a choice, it was a lifeline, rooting him to life, to hope. And as he pushed, the struggle morphed into something sacred, a connection to the essence of living. As the boulder slipped again, rolling away from him, a deafening roar echoed through the night, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the fight was the very essence of their existence. And as they all stood there, suspended in the weight of eternity, the cycle would continue, spiraling into the abyss and back again, the heartbeat sinking in a haunting rhythm. No conclusions, no endings, only the perpetual dance of struggle, the raw, unfiltered essence of life itself. The stone is cold against his fingertips, a betraying weight as it sits in the pit of despair. I remember that moment, the silence after the storm, the eerie calm that blankets the valley like a shroud. The air hangs heavy, thick with the smell of sweat and anguish, as if the earth itself has absorbed every scream, every cry of desperation. I feel it, the desperation, the suffocating grip of fate tightening around my throat. The moment stretches, a fragile thread poised to snap, and I am trapped in the pulse of it, alive, aware, and utterly helpless. Sisyphus stands before me, a titan of tragedy, his sinewed arms trembling with the effort of a mundane, yet cosmic task. I am drawn to him, this man who defies the gods and their cruel laughter, this man who becomes the embodiment of our relentless struggle. His eyes, dark pools of despair and defiance, meet mine, and in them, I see the reflection of my own fears, my own battles. The stone looms, a monstrous silhouette against the dusk, the weight of existence pressing down like a leaden sky. To him, the stone is not merely a rock, it is a testament to the futility of human ambition, a cruel joke played by the universe. I remember the stories I've heard of a life filled with laughter and love, now reduced to this Sisyphean toil. Each time he rolls that stone up the slope, the fleeting hope ignites in his chest, only to be extinguished as the boulder slips from his grasp and crashes back down. It's a cruel cycle, and I wonder, what drives him? What madness compels a man to rise, day after day, only to fail? And then there is her. I see her shadow flickering in the periphery, a ghost of a woman clinging to the edges of his struggle. Her name is Ilara, and she watches with eyes full of storm clouds, her heart a labyrinth of confusion and longing. She stands at the base of the mountain, the weight of her own despair pressing against her breastbone. I can feel her pain, a sharp knife twisting in the soft flesh of hope. "Do you ever tire of this?" she asks, her voice a whisper that trembles in the cool night air. Sisyphus doesn't answer, and in that silence, I feel the churn of emotions, fear, longing, love, and resignation, all swirling together in a turbulent dance. Ilara craves connection, yet her fear of the abyss keeps her tethered to the shadows. She aches to reach out, to pull him back from the precipice of madness, but what can she offer? How can she soothe the wounds of a heart so battered, so relentlessly bruised? I remember a time when love felt infinite, a time when laughter echoed through the halls of their shared dreams. But dreams, fragile as glass, shatter under the weight of reality. Sisyphus, forever cursed, feels the sharp shards of hope pierce his skin, and with each failed ascent, each slip of the stone, he becomes a little less human, a little more ghost-like. And I see her falter, Ilara's breath hitches as she watches him, her heart breaking under the weight of her helplessness. Her fingers twitch, yearning to comfort him, but she knows that her touch could shatter him further. The universe is a cold and unforgiving place, and in that moment, I can feel the chill creep into her bones. The stars above are distant and indifferent, witnesses to their suffering, twinkling mockingly as if to say, "You are but a fleeting spark, extinguished in an instant." Time stretches, distorts, and every heartbeat echoes like a drum, a reminder of their futile struggle. I remember the echoes of their laughter once, how it danced through the air, vibrant and alive, but now it's just a ghostly whisper, a haunting refrain. Each day becomes an endless cycle, wake, roll, slip, repeat, a never-ending waltz of despair that binds them together yet tears them apart. Sisyphus looks at her now, eyes blazing with a mixture of defiance and sorrow. "Do you think I choose this?" His voice cracks like thunder, reverberating through the silence. "Do you think I want to be a prisoner of this stone, this punishment?" She flinches, recoiling from the force of his words. And in that moment, I can feel the ripples of their emotional landscape shift, vulnerability laid bare in the stark light of truth, the raw ache of their existence laid out in front of them like an open wound. "I don't know how to save you," she admits, her voice barely above a breath. "I don't know how to carry this burden with you." It's a soft admission, yet it hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of their isolation, their separation even as they are joined in suffering. The stone slips again, and again, it crashes down, echoing like the tolling of a funeral bell. Every failure is a cut, a reminder of the futility that binds them, the very essence of humanity itself, striving, struggling, and ultimately falling short. The mountain looms larger, a titan of despair, as dusk wraps its fingers around them. Shadows dance, swaying to an unseen rhythm, as if mocking their plight. Sisyphus inhales deeply, the air filling his lungs like a bitter tonic, and for a moment, just a flicker, hope twinkles in the depths of his eyes. And perhaps that is the cruelest twist of all, the hope that flickers in the darkness, igniting the desire to fight against the impossible. The stone may roll back down, but in that brief moment of ascent, they are more than just a man and a woman cursed to repeat their struggles. They are alive, breathing, feeling, wrestling with the absurdity of existence itself. I remember that feeling, the pulse of the universe coursing through them, and I feel the weight of every heartbeat, every breath. The confrontation is coming, the inevitable crash of the stone, the moment when everything shifts, yet still, they stand there, caught in the liminal space between despair and hope. The darkness deepens, the stars blink, and I realize the cycle isn't just theirs, it's ours, all of humanity bound in the Sisyphean struggle. The stone rolls down, the night stretches, and in their silent agony, I find the reflection of my own existence. And as the boulder tumbles, it pulls me along, a relentless tide refusing to let go. The echoing laughter of the cosmos grows louder, drowning out the whispers of despair, a cruel reminder that we are all bound to the weight of our own stones. In the heart of the city, a clock tower loomed, its hands trembling as they inched towards midnight. Raw tension crackled in the air, a weight pressing down on every soul below. I remember the night vividly, each sound, each flickering streetlight, each shadow that danced like a spectre against the cracked pavement. It was a night when the world around us seemed to grow heavy, burdened by unseen chains, where the echo of laughter had long been silenced by a relentless dread. Ella stood at the edge of the park, her hair whipping around her face like the wild winds of an approaching storm, her eyes haunted yet fierce. She clutched a crumpled letter, the ink smeared by tears that stained both paper and soul. "He's gone," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread woven into the fabric of the night. I could see the weight of that word crashing against her as if the universe had conspired to shatter her dreams. Every day, I wake up. Every day I push the stone uphill. Her fingers trembled, gripping the letter tighter. In that moment, she was Sisyphus, a martyr of hope, condemned to an existence where the summit was always just out of reach. Across the park stood Gabriel, his back pressed against the cold iron of a lamppost, a cigarette dangling from his lips, its smoke curling like the ghosts of dreams deferred. The city pulsed around him, alive yet deafeningly hollow. He watched Ella, the light from the street lamp illuminating the sharp angles of his face, a mask of conflict, of yearning. "Why do you keep fighting?" he called, his voice a guttural growl that seemed to tangle with the night air. "You know it's pointless." His words hung there, unyielding and cruel, as if the city itself had conspired to echo his hopelessness. I remember the way he laughed," Ella replied, her voice cracking under the weight of memory. "I remember the way he looked at me, like I was the only thing that mattered." Each word was a dagger, slicing through the haze of despair that enveloped them both. Gabriel bristled, the bitterness of his own heart spilling into the night like poison. "That's exactly it. You're holding on to a ghost, Ella. He's gone, and you're just pushing that stone up the hill, and it will roll back. It always does." I felt the atmosphere shift, the raw emotion thickening like fog. Ella's body language changed, her shoulders squared, her jaw set in defiance. "And what's the alternative? To stop? To let the stone crush me?" She stepped closer, defiance igniting her eyes. "I refuse to be defeated by a cruel twist of fate. I will climb. I will push." Her spirit was a flame flickering against the dark, desperate yet undeniably alive. Gabriel inhaled sharply, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. "You think that makes you strong? That makes you a hero? We're all just trying to survive, Ella. You're not special." The words cut deep, a jagged edge that pierced through the fragile armor she had built around her heart. The truth hung thick in the air, the silence that followed a pregnant pause filled with unspoken pain. "I remember," Ella whispered, her voice softer now, a haunting lullaby. "I remember the first time I saw the moon rise, how it felt like hope in the darkness." She turned her gaze skywards, the stars glimmering like distant dreams, unattainable yet tantalizing. "In this chaos, there has to be something worth fighting for. If we don't push, we don't exist at all." Gabriel hesitated, the weight of her words seeping into his skin. "But what if the fight just leads to more suffering? What if it's all just a cruel joke?" His voice trembled, revealing the cracks in his facade, the fear that gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. Ella's eyes locked onto his, a connection that pulsed with an electric intensity. "Then let's be the punchline. Let's laugh in the face of this absurdity. Maybe we're all just Sisyphus," she said, her voice rising, emboldened by the sheer force of her own truth. "But if I can push that stone with laughter in my heart, then I'm winning. I refuse to let this world define me." In that moment, a silence fell upon them, thick and heavy like the fog that enveloped the city. Two souls wrestling with the weight of their existence, the darkness lurking just beyond the glow of the streetlights, the shadows whispering secrets of despair and hope. They were bound by their struggles, a tragic symmetry that tugged at the very fabric of their beings. Ella took a step back, her breath hitching, heart racing against the cage of her ribs. "What if you joined me? What if we pushed together?" The vulnerability in her eyes was a soft plea, a desperate call for connection in a world that felt so cruelly isolating. Gabriel closed his eyes, the internal struggle rippling through him like a storm. He felt the world around him shift, the weight of the night pressing down in a cacophony of noise, time slipping like grains of sand between his fingers. "I don't know if I can," he finally confessed, his voice barely above a whisper, the fear of failure gleaming within. "Then let's fail together," she urged, a fierce determination lighting her spirit. "Let's push the stone, let it roll back, let the world laugh at us. But we'll do it together." And in that shimmering moment, a fragile alliance was forged, two hearts intertwined in a dance of defiance against the absurdity of their existence. The city loomed around them, a labyrinth of shadows and light, a testament to human perseverance and folly. The clock tower ticked ominously, counting down the seconds as they stood on the precipice of a choice that seemed both impossibly daunting and breathtakingly beautiful. As the night deepened, I felt the weight of their resolve settle in the air like a promise, a mantra echoing through the labyrinth of thoughts: we will push. We will rise. And the clock continued to tick, a reminder that time was both their enemy and their ally, a cruel paradox that would forever tether them to this moment, this struggle, this life. The sound of metal scraping against stone echoed through the air, a cruel symphony of despair. Each grating note sent shivers racing up my spine. I watched as Malachi lifted another jagged boulder, veins bulging, sweat-soaked shirt clinging to his back like an old ghost. This was the rhythm of his life, each heave and groan a testament to the Sisyphean task that shackled him to this forsaken place. He was a laborer in a world that had forgotten the meaning of rest, a restless soul condemned to push, 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 only to watch it roll back down again, as if the universe itself conspired against him. I remember the first time I saw him. The sun hung low, casting long shadows across the barren landscape, and there he was, a silhouette against the dying light. I was lost in a haze of my own discontent, feeling like a ghost in my own life. I thought, surely, he knows how it feels to be trapped in a cycle that's as relentless as it is futile. Yet, within that shadow, I saw resilience. I felt a flicker of hope mingling with my dread. How could he bear it? How could any of us? And then there was Lena. A firecracker of a woman, fierce and unyielding, yet burdened by the weight of her own expectations. She stood nearby, hands on her hips, her eyes sparking with a defiance that felt almost palpable. "Why are we doing this?" she shouted, voice slicing through the oppressive silence. "Why don't we just let it crush us? Wouldn't that be easier?" Malachi paused, breath hitching, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of fear shadow his resolve. "Because if we stop," he whispered, "we'll become nothing. Just dust in the wind." Each word was a stone, heavy and deliberate, plummeting into the abyss of his despair. Lena rolled her eyes, but the fire within her flickered dangerously. "Dust in the wind," she echoed, a bitter taste on her tongue, the sarcasm barely masking her anguish. "Tell me, Malachi, is that all we aspire to be?" I felt the tension tighten around us like a noose. The rawness of their emotions crackled in the space between us. This wasn't just about a rock or a mountain, it was about life, labor, the unyielding grip of existence itself. I stood at the edge of their world, a witness to their struggle, feeling the weight of my own choices pressing down, suffocating me as I breathed. The hill loomed like a monstrous titan, and as Malachi strained against its weight, the thoughts raced through my mind, gnawing at my resolve. I remembered the laughter we used to share, the joy that felt eternal. But work had crept in like a thief in the night, stealing our moments, turning them sour. We had traded our dreams for deadlines, our aspirations for responsibilities, and here we were, shackled to the very things that had once seemed so noble. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the shadows deepened, swallowing us whole. Each thud of the boulder felt like a heartbeat, a reminder of our own mortality. Are we just going to accept this? Lena shot back, fury lacing her voice. Are we going to let the world crush us under its weight? Her defiance sparked something in me, an ember of rebellion I thought had long since extinguished. I stepped forward, feeling the ground tremble beneath my feet. Maybe we can redefine this. Maybe we can find purpose in the chaos. My voice trembled, raw and uncertain, but the words tumbled out, heavy with desperation. Malachi looked at me, those tired eyes searching for something, validation, perhaps, or maybe just a fleeting sense of hope. Purpose, he scoffed, laughter spilling from his lips, but it tasted hollow. What does that even mean? Does it come with a paycheck? Does it come with freedom? His words were a storm, battering against my resolve, but within the chaos, I felt the rush of clarity, as if the universe had peeled back a veil. Lena stepped closer, her breath quickening. What if we just stopped, she said, a dangerous glint in her eye. What if we let go of this illusion of control? The idea danced before us, tantalizing and terrifying. It was a dream wrapped in fear, and I could see the flicker of wild possibility in her gaze. I remembered the stories I had read as a child, tales of heroes who fought against insurmountable odds. But this? This was no fairy tale. This was the stark reality of our existence, the haunting echo of labor that defined us. Still, as I watched the two of them, the exhaustion etched in Malachi's features, the fierce light in Lena's eyes, I felt the heart of the matter pulse within me. Could we really break free? The clock tower in the distance chimed, its haunting peal freezing the moment. Time seemed to stand still, a ghostly reminder of the hours we had lost. I glanced at Malachi, the determination in his brow shifting, the lines of despair softening just a fraction. What if we tried? I whispered, daring the air to hold my words, to catch the fragile hope woven into them. But as the boulder shifted, rolling back down with a thunderous crash that echoed in my skull, a chill coursed through me. This was the cycle, the relentless push, the inevitable fall. Each moment was a cruel tease, a reminder that nothing came easy. Yet, there was a flicker, a whisper that hung in the air, the possibility that perhaps the nature of work was not solely defined by the tasks we were bound to, but by the connections we forged, the defiance we exhibited against the crushing weight of existence. Let's not just push the stone, I said, voice barely above a whisper. Let's make it dance. The words hung in the air, a fragile promise wrapped in uncertainty. And in that moment, with shadows closing in around us and the specter of despair looming, I felt the intertwining of our fates. Malachi, with his stoic weariness, Lena, with her fierce rebellion, and me, caught in the fray, yearning for something, anything, more than the grind of existence. The boulder rolled back, but as it did, I saw it, not as a burden but as a testament to our struggle, a reflection of our fight for meaning. And as the twilight deepened into night, a new rhythm began to pulse through us, the rhythm of defiance, the rhythm of work and labor as not just a burden, but a dance we could shape together, against a world that wanted to keep us silent. The shadows whispered promises of what could be, as we stood on the precipice of our own creation. And in that heartbeat, I knew this was just the beginning of a struggle, yes, but also of something more profound, a vivid tapestry woven from the threads of despair and hope, of labor and love, echoing out into the vast unknown. The journey, it seemed, was only just beginning. The weight of the stone hung dangerously in the air, a silent threat poised on the edge of despair. Sisyphus stood, veins throbbing with exhaustion, a heartbeat echoing in a hollow pit of his chest, the mountain looming like a hungry ghost. The sun dripped low, a molten orb, casting shadows that twisted like desperate fingers reaching for salvation. Choice and consequence intertwined like lovers in a tragic dance, but here, it was neither love nor redemption, their partnership bore only agony. I remember the way his hands trembled, the rough skin cracking, blood mixing with the dust of the earth. Each push felt like the last gasp of a drowning man, the stone slipping, taunting him, rushing back down to the abyss. I remember the moment when all hope felt absurd, absurd like the laughter of the gods echoing from the heights of Olympus, mocking every breath he took, every choice he made. You chose this, Sisyphus, the wind whispered, a cruel companion brushing against his ear. You chose this. Not far away, his sister, a flicker of defiance against the overwhelming despair, watched from the shadows. Her name was Siren, a spark of fire in this desolate landscape. Pain twisted her heart, grief and anger danced on the edge of her smile. She knew, deep down, the weight of his choices, the burden of a brother who had become an unwilling martyr. "You could have chosen differently," she said, her voice slicing through the air like a sharpened blade, but laced with the tenderness of a sister's love. "You could have walked away." But how could he? Sisyphus, with his insatiable curiosity, had turned the wheel too far. The gods had offered him a game of wits, a challenge. The thrill of it swept through him like a storm. Yet now, standing at the precipice of his own making, he realized that choice was a double-edged sword, one that cut deeper with every failed attempt. "Choices," he murmured to the stone, "they never come without chains." The sun dipped lower, and shadows danced, flitting like memories in the corners of his mind. He recalled the laughter of his childhood, the carefree days when the weight of the world was distant. "I remember those days, fleeting and bright, like fireflies swallowed by the night." How could such light turn to this suffocating darkness? With a deep breath, he pushed again, the stone moving reluctantly, an unwilling companion on this cursed journey. The sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging, despair tasted bitter on his tongue. Siren stepped forward, her heart aching for him. "You're not alone," she whispered, her voice trembling with hope. "I'll carry some of it for you." But could she? Could anyone? The stone, a monstrous entity, was not just weight, it was the burden of their shared history, the choices made and unmade, the love and betrayal. Each time it rolled back, it brought with it the echo of unvoiced dreams, dashed hopes layering upon his soul like dust upon the stone. "You can't carry my pain," he spat, anger flaring, a flame against the darkness, the truth scorching his insides. "It's mine. My consequence." The mountain stood, indifferent, a deafening witness to their struggle. The cosmos above spun in a cruel dance, stars blinking like eyes that knew his fate. "Look at them, Sisyphus," Siren said, gesturing upward. "They've seen it all. They know your heart. They know the choices that brought you here." But her voice faltered as she gazed into the infinite, into the void that both frightened and fascinated her. In that moment, everything hung suspended, a breath caught in the throat of time. And then, he felt it, the pulse of a different kind of choice, a whisper of rebellion. What if I simply let it go? The thought crashed against the walls of his mind, a tsunami of possibility that sent shivers down his spine. He imagined the stone rolling back into the depths, the weight lifting, the freedom that might come from surrender. "Don't," Siren's plea sliced through him, the raw intensity of her love crashing against his burgeoning resolve. "You're strong. Remember why you're doing this. Remember why you chose to fight." Her voice quivered with urgency, as if urging him to grasp the fleeting nature of their reality. "The consequences might be more than you can bear. Or less." He voiced it, the words escaping like a ghost, shimmering with the volatility of hope. What lay beyond the stone? Was it a life worth living, or simply another punishment waiting in the wings? The air thickened, tension crackling like a live wire, the choice before him sealing their fates in a precarious balance. And suddenly, the stone lurched forward, ice-cold dread seeping into his bones. He pushed against it, instinct kicking in, but the pull of surrender taunted him, a siren's call that shook the very core of his being. Siren stepped closer, her hand reaching for his, a tether against the chaos of his thoughts. "No, Sisyphus. Fight. Fight for us." Her eyes, deep wells of emotion, pulled him back from the edge. But what if the fight was the consequence? What if every push was a step deeper into the darkness? The cosmos swirled with uncertainty, and in that dizzying moment, choice shimmered like a mirage on the horizon, beautiful and cruel. I remember the silence that followed, heavy and thick. It wrapped around them, a cocoon of unspoken fears and dreams, pressing against their hearts. The shadows lengthened, stretching toward the horizon like grasping fingers. The weight of the stone became the weight of their choices, laid bare and raw, a testament to the tangled web of their existence. As he made his choice, as he felt the stone shift beneath his hands, the realization crashed upon him like a wave. Choice and consequence was not merely a game, but the very essence of what it meant to live, to breathe, to struggle against the inescapable tide that sought to take them both. And with that, the world around them blurred, the mountain and the heavens merging into a kaleidoscope of emotion, leaving them suspended in an eternity of choices, each heartbeat echoing against the stone, each breath heavy with the weight of consequence. The stone looms large, a grotesque monument to futility. I stand at the foot of this Sisyphean nightmare, heart thudding like a war drum, my breath shallow and quick. The air is thick, suffocating, charged with an electric tension that seeps into my skin. It's as if the world has paused, holding its breath, waiting for something, anything, to shatter this silence. Behind me, the shadows of the past whisper like ghosts, taunting me, reminding me of failures that cling to my soul like stubborn barnacles. Sarah, her face etched with desperation, stands beside me, eyes glazed yet fierce. I remember the way she used to smile, bright and incandescent. Now, that light is buried under layers of dread, a waning hope struggling against the currents of despair. "What's the point?" she asks, voice trembling, her hands curling into fists. "Every time we push it up, it rolls back down. Why do we even try?" I can't answer. Each word feels like a stone in my own throat, heavy and choking. I shift my gaze to the horizon, where the sun is a blood-orange orb sinking into a sea of indifference. Because we're alive, Sarah, I finally manage, even as doubt gnaws at my insides, a relentless rabid dog. And being alive means we must keep pushing. The stone shifts beneath my palms, rough and unyielding, a testament to our struggle. I can feel its weight, pressing against my soul, and I wonder if it's crushing her too. Memories flood my mind, fragments of laughter, whispered secrets shared under the stars. Such beautiful moments, now tainted by the unrelenting grind of existence. I remember lying on the grass, the cosmos sprawling above us, our dreams sprawling just as wide, and now we're here, encased in this nightmare. "Why?" she murmurs, the question hanging heavy between us. Her lips tremble, each syllable a tiny fracture in her facade. I want to reach out, to comfort her, but the moment feels too sacred, too fragile, like holding a delicate bird in my palm, fearing its wings might shatter if I squeeze too tight. Then there's Lucas, the wild card, reckless and brimming with a chaotic energy that both ignites and terrifies. He stands a few paces away, leaning against the stone wall, arms folded, a sardonic grin curling his lips. "Oh come on, Sarah. You can't be serious. Every hero story needs a decent villain, right? We're just playing our parts." He chuckles, but there's an edge to his voice, a tremor that belies his bravado. "It's not a game, Lucas." Her voice sharpens, breaking like glass. "This isn't a story. It's our lives." The words hang in the air, heavy and accusing. I feel the heat of her anger radiating off her, and yet, there's a flicker of understanding in Lucas's eyes, a knowing that dances just below the surface. He knows all too well what it means to be trapped in this cycle, to feel the cold grip of hopelessness wrapping around his heart like a noose. "Then let's rewrite the ending," he challenges, stepping closer, each word calculated, a spark against the dark. "What if we turn this around? What if we make it something more?" His defiance is intoxicating, a shot of adrenaline in the face of our despair. But the question lingers, unsettling yet tantalizing. Can we? Can we redefine our fate, or are we forever bound to this cruel loop? I glance back at the stone, its surface glistening with sweat and the salt of our tears. My hands tremble against it, an involuntary response to the weight of our shared history, a history of failures and fleeting victories. The air thickens with tension, every heartbeat echoes a challenge. The fear creeps in, whispering insidiously, what if all our struggles are in vain? Sarah's shoulders slump, the flickering hope extinguished. "And if we fail again?" she asks, voice cracking like dried earth beneath a relentless sun. "What if we push it to the top, and it rolls back down, like it always does? What if we're just fools chasing shadows?" I feel the weight of her words like a leaden blanket, stifling yet familiar. Each of us is wrestling with our own demons, the fear of insignificance, the terror of failure, the gnawing emptiness of a life lived in circles. I want to scream, to shake her from this haunting despair, but I am caught in the same web of doubt. Suddenly, Lucas shatters the moment, fist raised in defiant glee. then we get to try again. That's the beauty of it. Life is the ultimate playground of chaos. We're not just pushing stones, we're carving our own destinies. His laughter fills the air, bright and brazen, yet underneath, it trembles with vulnerability. Sarah's eyes flicker between anger and admiration. You're insane, she breathes, but there's a glimmer of something, curiosity, perhaps. That same spark that once united us, igniting dreams in the celestial tapestry of the night sky. But the stone remains, an unyielding testament to our plight, our Sisyphean struggle. I reach out, touching its rough surface, feeling the pulse of our shared anguish resonate through me. Maybe the meaning isn't in what we achieve but in the fight itself, I say softly, each word heavy with the weight of countless attempts. Maybe it's in the struggle, the sweat, the hope that flickers even in the darkest of times. As the sun sinks lower, painting the sky with bruised purples and fiery reds, I realize that perhaps we are the architects of our own chaos, the dreamers of our own despair. This stone, this relentless burden, carries within it the paradox of existence, futility and meaning intertwined like lovers caught in an eternal embrace. And as the shadows lengthen, I find myself grasping for something, anything, that might anchor us in this swirling sea of uncertainty. The moment stretches, time folding in on itself like an origami crane, caught between dreams and reality. In that fractured stillness, I catch Sarah's eye, and for a fleeting moment, hope flares anew, fragile yet unyielding. Lucas's laughter echoes in the distance, a reminder that even in this darkness, there can be flickers of light. And as we stand there, trembling at the edge of possibility, the stone looms behind us, heavy, relentless, yet somehow a part of us, a part of this chaotic, beautiful struggle we call life. I remember the darkness, a silence so thick it pressed against my chest like a weight from the underworld. The air was heavy with sweat and despair, mingling with the smell of iron and smoke, the remnants of a gladiator's fight that had just ended. The crowd roared, but I felt only the echoes of Sisyphus's laughter, a sound that twisted in my gut like a sharpened blade. Each chuckle, a reminder of the absurdity of existence, a cruel joke played by the gods. The Colosseum stood like a ravenous beast, its stone teeth glistening with the life force of the fallen. And there, amidst the chaos, stood Marcus, a man caught in the throes of futility. His hands trembled, fingers stained with the remains of conflict, and yet his heart beat fiercely against the tide of hopelessness that engulfed him. He was a soldier, but he felt more like a pawn in a game far more vast and indifferent than he could comprehend. The weight of his sword was nothing compared to the burden of purpose, or the lack of it. I remember, he whispered, his voice barely rising above the din, every battle fought, every drop of blood spilled. His eyes darted around, searching for something, someone, to anchor him in this sea of agony. But he found nothing, only the specters of those who had gone before him, their faces twisted in pain, their dreams extinguished. Then there was Lucia, fierce and resolute, a flame flickering against the shadows. She stood at the fringes, arms crossed, her heart racing like a caged bird. The crowd swelled like a tide, washing over her, but her gaze was fixed on Marcus. He was her anchor, her tumultuous sea, and she feared what the night might bring. The weight of their shared history loomed larger than the arena itself, each moment a fragment of a memory that felt tangible yet elusive, like a ghost. "Fight, Marcus," she cried, her voice breaking through the haze. "Fight against the void, the absurdity. Do not let Sisyphus claim you." The name hung between them, charged with meaning, a talisman against despair. But Marcus only shook his head, the laughter of the damned echoing in his mind, the futility of pushing his own boulder growing unbearable. What did it matter? The world spun on, indifferent to their struggles. I remember the way the moonlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the faces of the crowd, each one a mask of anticipation, craving blood and violence, yet desperate for connection in their shared suffering. They weren't just spectators, they were participants in this grand performance of life, grappling with their own Sisyphean tasks. Each cheer, each gasp, a desperate plea for meaning, a hope that perhaps one of them would rise above the mundane, break free from the weight of their stone. And there it was, the moment. They called for a champion, and the air crackled with expectancy. Marcus stepped forward, muscles taut, but within him roared the storm of doubt. He felt as if he were not just facing an opponent, but the very concept of futility itself. Each heartbeat thundered in his ears, a reminder of the ticking clock, the inescapable passage of time that slipped through their fingers like sand. Lucia felt it too. The ache of time, the ghost of what could have been. She remembered their shared laughter in the fading light of day, the moment stolen from the jaws of duty. "Fight, Marcus!" she screamed again, but her voice trembled, a reflection of her own fears. Would he fight only to succumb to the darkness, to become just another story to be told around fires, a hushed whisper of failure? The sun dipped lower, and shadows danced like specters on the walls of the Colosseum. They clung to the very stones, creeping into the corners of her mind. She cursed the gods, those capricious forces that toyed with them, that laughed at their struggles. Why? She wanted to scream, but she couldn't. Instead, she stood, rooted in place, a silent witness to the tragedy unfolding before her. Marcus faced his opponent, a seasoned warrior, eyes glinting like shards of glass. Their breaths mingled in the charged atmosphere, a dance of inevitability, a prelude to violence. He felt the world constrict around him, a noose tightening as he grasped his sword. The absurdity of it all clawed at him. What if he won? What if he lost? The answer was the same: nothing. He would rise again, only to face another challenge, another futile struggle. "Remember Sisyphus," he muttered, the words barely escaping his lips. The boulder. The mountain. The endless cycle of struggle against the unyielding rock of existence. He was not just fighting for glory, but against the very essence of despair. Lucia's heart raced as she watched him, each movement a symphony of frailty and strength. "You're not alone," she whispered to the night air, hoping he could hear her, hoping he could feel the truth buried in her heart. "We are all pushing our own boulders, Marcus. Find your strength." The clash of steel rang through the arena, reverberating against the walls like the echoes of a tragic symphony. Each strike, each parry, sent shockwaves through the crowd, their collective breath caught in their throats. They were witnesses to a dance of fate, a reminder that every act of defiance against the absurdity of life was both a victory and a defeat. In that moment, time fractured. I felt it slip between my fingers, an ephemeral thread weaving into the fabric of their stories. The clock continued its relentless march, a reminder that every heartbeat was a gift, each choice a step toward embracing, or denying, the truth of their existence. And then, in a moment of raw clarity, Marcus saw the truth unfurl before him like a tapestry woven from despair and hope. He lifted his sword, not as an instrument of violence, but as a beacon for those ensnared in the darkness. Each swing was a defiance against the weight of the boulder, each clash a reminder of the life pulsing through him. Lucia's heart soared, her spirit intertwining with his as she cried out, "Yes! Fight against the darkness! You are more than your struggles!" And so, the battle raged, an eternal struggle reflecting the very essence of Sisyphus. Clarity wove itself into the chaos, an understanding that transcended the arena, that whispered of shared experiences and collective burdens. I remember the moment they became one, their fears, their hopes, twined together like roots of two trees growing in a desolate field. They were alive, and in that breath, in that heartbeat, they were unstoppable. But time moves on, indifferent, relentless. The shadows continued to stretch, and the night held its breath as the audience roared, unaware of the deeper battle playing out in the hearts of two flawed souls. They were caught in a loop, an echo of Sisyphus. And as the dust of the arena settled, the boulder rolled forward, and they moved toward their next confrontation, together, haunted and hopeful, their stories weaving into the very fabric of existence. The clock ticks in the silence, each chime echoing like a distant scream. It vibrates through the walls of the dimly lit room, a reminder that time is both an ally and an adversary. The air is thick with dread, the kind that wraps around you like a shroud. In the corner, a figure hunches over a table, scribbling feverishly, words spilling like blood onto the pages. His name is Samuel, a writer haunted by the very stories he creates, a prisoner of his own imagination. I remember the moment the words stopped coming, he mutters, his voice barely a whisper, drowning in a sea of despair. The ink blots on the page mirror the chaos in his mind. Each failed sentence feels like a stone rolling back down the hill, taunting him with its insistent inevitability. It's the Sisyphean struggle manifesting right before his eyes, a metaphor he can't escape, no matter how hard he tries. Across town, in the flickering light of a rundown theater, Lila watches a film that mirrors her life more closely than she'd like to admit. The protagonist, a man condemned to push a boulder up a mountain, only to see it roll back down, feels like a reflection of her soul. She grips her popcorn tightly, knuckles white, drowned in the dark and chaotic world on screen. It's the story of her own misfortunes, her own endless cycle of hope and despair. Each laugh echoes like a knife twist in her gut, each tear feels like a drop of blood on the floor. She knows the heart of the character too well, the fight, the struggle, the haunting inevitability of failure. "Why do we keep trying?" she whispers to the empty seat beside her. "Why do we push? And yet, the world keeps turning." Shadows stretch across the screen, weaving tales of triumph and loss. As Lila watches, she feels the characters pull her deeper, a gravitational force that mirrors the boulder itself. She is the lone warrior in her battle against mediocrity, grasping for fleeting moments of joy amid the crushing weight of reality. In the film's final scene, the protagonist stands at the mountain's peak, arms outstretched, only to find the boulder rolling away once more. Lila's heart shatters into 1,000 pieces, each fragment a reminder of her own relentless struggle. Meanwhile, Samuel's pen falters, hovering above the page. The clock ticks louder, it mocks him. "What if I can't finish?" he asks, the shadows creeping along his walls, the ghosts of his past haunting him. He remembers his first published story, the glow of validation, the sweet taste of success. But that was a lifetime ago, a fleeting moment in a cruel universe that demands more, always more. His thoughts spiral, each one a rock that tumbles into an abyss of self-doubt. "I'm nothing without my words," he whispers, a prayer for salvation. But the silence answers back, deeper than the void. As the clock strikes midnight, Lila steps outside, the cold air wrapping around her like a lover's embrace. The city hums with life, a stark contrast to the chaos churning in her heart. She walks the streets, each step a reminder of her unrelenting quest for meaning. The flickering neon signs cast a kaleidoscope of colors, but they feel hollow, like the promises of a lover who never stays. "What's the point?" she murmurs, the question hanging heavy in the air. Each pedestrian she passes seems to embody the struggle, the endless weight we all carry. Unbeknownst to her, Samuel has stepped out too, drawn by a force he can't name. They cross paths in the bustling city, two souls adrift in the same storm. Their eyes meet, an electric connection, an unspoken understanding. He sees the desperation in her gaze, the flicker of a fight still alive beneath the surface. She sees the flicker of creativity stifled within him. In that fleeting moment, they share a breath, one filled with the weight of unsaid words and unfulfilled dreams. "I remember," Samuel breaks the silence, and the world stops. "I remember the night I decided to write my own ending." Lila's heart races, a rhythm matching the pulse of the city. But what if the ending is just another beginning? What if we're stuck in this cycle? She replies, vulnerability coloring her voice. Time stretches, warping around them, and suddenly, they're both lost in the possibilities of creation and destruction. They stand at the precipice of a shared realization, each of them is both the boulder and the climber in their own lives. The Sisyphean struggle isn't just a myth, it's a truth woven into the fabric of existence. The shadows of the night envelop them, a reminder of the darkness that looms, but also of the stars that can be seen if one chooses to look up. "We can't stop pushing," Samuel says, conviction igniting in his tone. "Even if it feels pointless. Even if we fail." Lila nods, understanding the weight of his words, a fragile yet profound agreement forming in the silence. As they turn to leave, the city hums with a new energy, one that pulses with hope and despair intertwined. The clock ticks on, relentless and cruel, but now they bear the weight together, two souls entwined in the eternal struggle against the inevitable. The shadows deepen around them, but in that darkness, they find a spark, a flicker of possibility, a whisper of change that won't let them go. "I remember the nights of endless writing, the days of relentless searching," Samuel reflects, his voice stronger now. "And I remember the moments when I thought I couldn't go on. Lila smiles, her heart lightening. Maybe it's not about the end. Maybe it's about the struggle itself. Maybe it's about the climb. And in that moment, the boulder becomes lighter, the mountain less daunting. They are not just characters in a story, but living, breathing embodiments of resilience, each step echoing through the labyrinth of their lives, creating ripples that will never truly fade. As they walk into the night, the world shifts around them, a canvas waiting to be painted with the colors of their stories, dark and light, triumph and despair, laughter and tears. The cycle continues, the struggle remains, but now, they are no longer alone. Each heartbeat reverberates in the silence, a promise that the story doesn't end here, it morphs, expands, and spirals into the infinite, just like the cosmos above. The clock ticks, a relentless metronome in the stillness of a darkened room, its sound eclipsing the muffled cries of a world outside. Each tick reverberates through the air, heavy with the weight of impending doom. I sit there, an observer trapped in the web of despair, heart racing against the silence. I can't escape the sound, it's like Sisyphus, straining under the weight of his stone, forever doomed to push against an invisible wall. I remember the first time I felt this crushing weight, his story echoing in my mind, casting shadows on my every thought. Across the room, Sarah hunches over her laptop, the glow illuminating her tear-streaked face. Her fingers fly over the keys, desperate to rewrite the narrative of her life, but the words slip away like grains of sand. She's a modern-day Sisyphus, battling her demons, her insecurities, as if every keystroke could somehow change her fate. "I just want to be free," she mutters, but the words are nothing more than whispers lost in the din of her self-doubt. She crashes her fist down on the table, sending a cascade of papers fluttering like startled birds. Why can't I be more than this? And then there's Mark, standing in the doorway, arms crossed, a fortress of stoicism. But inside, he's a storm, a tempest of frustration and guilt. He watches Sarah, his heart breaking with each breath she takes. He wants to reach out, to pull her from the precipice of her despair, but he feels it too, the weight of his own stone grinding against him. "You can't do this alone," he says, his voice a low rumble, but it hangs in the air, heavy and unyielding. He knows she's fighting against a tide he can't help her navigate. "We're all just pushing our boulders up the hill," he adds, trying to lighten the moment, but the words land like bricks between them. I remember the stories we used to tell each other, the myths we believed would grant us clarity. Sisyphus, the eternal struggle, his stone an endless cycle of hope shattered by despair. Every time he neared the summit, the stone would roll back down, laughter echoing from the gods above. The gods, how cruel their amusement. They painted the laughter in broad strokes, but all I see are the shadows. It's all a joke, I want to scream, but the silence chokes me, binds me to this room, to this moment, resonating in my bones. Mark steps forward, his hands trembling. "Sarah," he says, softer now, like a caress against the jagged edges of their reality. "What if we rewrite our story together? What if we take the weight off each other's backs?" He knows his words are fragile, like glass, beautiful but easily shattered. But he's desperate, willing to gamble everything on a chance, a sliver of hope. The clock ticks louder, the shadows stretch around them, and suddenly, it feels like the world itself is leaning in, waiting for her answer. Sarah looks up, her eyes filled with unshed tears. "What if it never changes?" she whispers. "What if we're just stuck?" The vulnerability in her voice cuts deeper than the sharpest blade. In that moment, standing amidst their shared suffering, the air thickens, heavy with the weight of their unspoken fears. I can taste the salt of their tears, the bitterness of regret. A ghost of laughter lingers in the air, but it feels tainted, like an old photograph fading under the sun. "Then we push," Mark replies, his voice steady, fueled by a determination I can almost taste. "We push together." The words hang between them, a fragile bridge stretching over a chasm of doubt. It's not the resolution they seek, but a promise, a shared burden. Each heartbeat reverberates through their fragile connection, and in that moment, I feel hope flicker to life, a candle casting shadows in the darkest corners of their hearts. But the clock ticks on, relentless. The shadows grow, and I see it, the stone, looming larger than life, a spectre of their fears. It's time, I think, but time is a fickle beast, always slipping away. They are trapped in this loop, fighting battles unseen, their hearts echoing the futility of their struggle. Sisyphus and his stone, forever entwined in a tragic dance, yet, the heart yearns for more. Sarah takes a deep breath, her shoulders relaxing just a fraction. What if we're not meant to be free, she says cautiously, as if testing the waters of despair. What if the struggle is all there is? Then we dance in the darkness, Mark responds, his voice fierce, igniting a fire in the stillness. We find the rhythm in the struggle. I remember the nights when the weight felt lighter, when laughter echoed against the walls like a soft embrace. We're still here, I want to scream, to remind them of their resilience. We're still fighting. The clock chimes, a haunting reminder of the passing moments, an invitation to confront their fears, their realities. Each tick echoes in the silence, a stark reminder of the lives they're trying to reclaim. The shadows grow longer, but I see a flicker of light between them, a bond forged in the fires of their despair. They stand on the precipice, ready to embrace the absurdity of life, to laugh in the face of the inevitable. In this moment, there is no conclusion, no neat wrapping. Just the tension, the raw emotion, and the knowledge that they will continue to push against their stones, together. I see it all, the struggle, the heartache, the slight glimmer of hope. The curtain rises, the stage set, waiting for them to take that leap into the unknown. And as the clock ticks on, I hold my breath, knowing their story is far from over. A boulder heaved and scraped against the craggy surface, a grotesque whispering echoing through the valley. Each grating sound clawed at the very marrow of existence, resonating like a death knell. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, watching as Sisyphus, sweat and despair mingling on his brow, fought the inevitable, the relentless weight of futility pushing against him. Behind him, shadows danced, taunting memories of laughter and freedom. But all they offered was the bitter scent of loss. In this moment, nothing mattered but the struggle, the raw, unyielding battle against oneself. The air was thick with tension, sorrow palpable. Every muscle quivered, every heartbeat echoed a mantra of resistance. I could feel my own pulse quicken, thrumming in rhythm with his futile labor. I remember the first time I felt like this, I thought, a memory flickering like a fading candle. Moments of joy, laughter, those frivolous things turned to ash. The weight of existence had become a suffocating shroud. And then there was Mara, watching from the shadows, her heart a tempest, her eyes pools of grief. She knew the futility of it all, had tasted the bitterness of hope turned rancid. In her hands, she clutched a frayed photograph, a ghost of a moment frozen in time, her brother, once vibrant and alive, now a spectre haunting her every breath. She had given up everything to find him, only to lose herself in the process. I remember his laughter, she whispered, almost to herself, the way it filled the room. But laughter was a distant star now, light years away. A gust of wind swept through the valley, chilling her skin, and she shivered, not from the cold but from the weight of knowing. The world had become a theater of shadows, where every step was a reminder of what was lost. She wanted to scream, to shake Sisyphus from his monotonous toil, but the words caught in her throat, twisted by fear and despair. Instead, she watched, anchored to the ground like a forgotten statue, waiting for a sign, for the moment when hope would flicker back to life. As Sisyphus struggled, each heave of the boulder seemed to pull him deeper into a pit of existential dread. He had lived this cycle 1,000 times, his every failure a stone added to the weight he bore. What if this time, he thought, a fleeting spark of rebellion igniting in the depths of his soul? But doubt, a relentless companion, whispered in his ear, "You know it's futile. You know you'll never win." The boulder rolled back again, crashing down with a finality that shattered the silence, and with it, his fleeting hope. I felt the ache in my chest, the rawness of understanding creeping in like a thief in the night. Life was a series of Sisyphean tasks, endless, exhausting, often thankless. The dreams we chase, the aspirations we clutch so tightly, only to watch them slip away like sand through our fingers. I remember, the words echoed in my mind, a refrain of unfulfilled desires. I remember when I thought I could change the world. But here we were, in this desolate landscape, where every effort felt like a clumsy dance with despair. Mara stepped forward, her heart a drumbeat of courage, desperate to breach the silence that wrapped around them like fog. "Sisyphus," she cried, her voice trembling, laden with the weight of her own story. He looked up, surprise etched on his face, a flicker of recognition igniting within his weary eyes. "Who are you?" he managed, breathless from exertion and disbelief. I'm lost," she confessed, and with that admission, something shifted between them, a fragile connection forged in shared pain. As they stood there, locked in this moment, the boulder loomed ominously behind Sisyphus, a monstrous reminder of his eternal struggle. "You don't have to do this," she said, desperation threading through her words. "It's not just about the boulder, is it? It's about everything we've lost." Her voice trembled with the weight of their shared agony, a chorus of sorrow echoing through the valley. He met her gaze, his own pain reflected back, a mirror of broken dreams and relentless despair. Time seemed to stretch and warp around them like shadows cloaked in uncertainty. "I remember," the words slipped through his lips, soft and aching. "I remember when I had the strength to fight." The boulder rolled back again, but this time, he didn't immediately chase after it. Instead, he lingered in the space between despair and hope, allowing himself to breathe, to feel. The moment hung heavy, charged with the raw electricity of vulnerability. Mara stepped closer, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm. "You're not alone," she whispered, the truth of it settling like a balm over their wounds. "We're all fighting. Every day." As her words hung in the air, something shifted. The boulder, so monstrous and unyielding, felt a touch lighter, as if shared burdens could indeed be lessened, even if only for a fleeting moment. But the struggle was far from over. The shadows thickened, swirling around them like ghosts, as if mocking their fragile hope. "You think you can escape this cycle?" came a voice from within the darkness, thick and heavy like smoke. "You think you can change your fate?" It was a taunt, a sinister echo of self-doubt that wrapped itself around Mara's heart, squeezing tight. "Fight it," she urged, desperation clawing at her throat. "Please, don't let it win." Sisyphus stood on the precipice between despair and defiance, the boulder a tempestuous reminder of the challenges of human existence. What did it mean to fight when defeat felt inevitable? What did it mean to hope when shadows loomed large? And in that haunting silence, they breathed, the weight of their collective struggle pressing down like a coffin lid. The moment lingered, a fragile breath caught in a universe that offered no easy answers, only the raw, relentless struggle of existence. Every heartbeat echoed, every breath felt like a prayer hanging between despair and hope. They stood there, locked in a battle not just with the boulder, but with the essence of being itself, the fear of failure, the weight of dreams unfulfilled. I could feel the tension crackle in the air, thick and electric, as if the cosmos itself held its breath. Together, Sisyphus finally uttered, the words trembling on his lips, the glimmer of resolve sparking bright against the dark. "We will fight." And with those words, the boulder loomed larger, heavier, but somehow less suffocating. The shadows whispered, the echoes of despair lingered, but amidst it all, for the first time, there was a spark, a flicker of defiance against the crushing weight of existence. I stood there, heart racing, caught in the storm of their shared struggle, knowing that this was just the beginning of an endless cycle, a Sisyphean dance that held within it the essence of what it means to be human, raw and bleeding, yet undeniably alive. The air crackled with a tension that could slice through flesh, an invisible whip that curled around every heartbeat. It was a night heavy with the weight of whispers, the kind that often precedes a storm, and on the hilltop, two figures stood frozen, caught in the unending gaze of an indifferent moon. I was there, just beyond their reach, feeling the raw pulse of their despair. Sisyphus, weary and worn, faced the jagged stone with haunted eyes, his breath a shallow fog that kissed the cool air. I remember how the muscles in his arms trembled like leaves caught in a tempest, the defiance of a man who had fought against a fate that was as relentless as the tide. Each time he pushed that stone up, hope flickered like a dying flame, and yet, there was a stubborn light in his gaze. I remember him grunting, a sound of struggle, of grit, of a soul refusing to buckle under the weight of the god's mockery. And then there was Alizia, her silhouette sharp against the night, the ghost of desperation lingering in her eyes. She stood apart, a tempest of raw emotion, her heart beating in sync with every push of Sisyphus's burden. I felt the pull of her sorrow as she watched him, a burning ache that echoed in the deepest chambers of her being. "Why do you continue?" she called, her voice a fragile thread that hung in the air, trembling. "It's futile." Her despair wrapped around me like a shroud. "Hope is a cruel mistress," he replied, each word laced with the bitterness of 1,000 failed attempts. I could feel the weight of his truth, a truth that clawed at the fabric of their existence. It was as if he danced on the edge of a precipice, teetering between the desire to break free and the acceptance of his eternal punishment. The stone rolled back down the hill, a thunderous crash that echoed through the silence, shattering the fragile moment. Alizia clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms, a desperate attempt to grasp the fleeting nature of hope. I remember her breath hitching, a silent scream that hung in the air, thick and suffocating. "You can't keep doing this," she pleaded, her voice cracking under the pressure of raw emotion. "You're stronger than this burden. Fight back." But Sisyphus only laughed, a sound that reverberated with a mix of madness and clarity. "Fight back? Against what? Against whom?" His gaze turned inward, into a soul scarred by the relentless cycle of hope and despair. "The gods laugh while I toil, while I push, while I dream of freedom. But in the dreaming, I find my fight." With every push, he carved his existence into the granite of his punishment. I saw the sweat glisten on his brow, the determination etched into his features, a man stripped bare of illusions yet alive in the struggle. Each failure birthed a new fervor, a twisted kind of love for the relentless act of pushing that stone, a dance with futility that twisted my insides, a grotesque waltz between hope and despair. I felt Alizia's heart shatter, felt it like a stone falling into a deep abyss. It echoed in the silence, a haunting reminder of love intertwined with loss. "Stop it," she cried, as the stone rolled again, a grim friend in its relentless cruelty. "You're killing yourself for nothing." The desperation in her voice shattered my heart, a raw nerve exposed beneath the weight of truth. "You're not meant to be a martyr." But Sisyphus turned, a fierce glint in his eye. "What is life, if not a struggle? If my existence is defined by this stone, then let it be so. There is beauty in the fight, Alizia." His words hung heavy in the air like smoke, filling the void between them, a challenge echoing off the ancient stones. What is despair but a reminder of the hope that still flickers? And there it was, the brink. I felt the ground beneath me tremble with the weight of their emotions, the air thick with unspoken truths. Alizia stepped closer, her breath ragged, her heart a cacophony of fear and longing. But what if hope is a poison? What if you're just feeding the despair? The question hung there, a ghost waiting to be answered. As the stone rolled backward once more, I felt the crushing inevitability press against my chest. Sisyphus's laughter echoed like a cry in the void. "Then let it poison me. I would rather taste the bitterness of hope than live in the suffocating embrace of despair." Each word was a battle cry, a testament to a spirit unwilling to surrender, even to the weight of futility. Alizia stood there, a fragile figure in the moonlight, torn between the urge to save him and the realization that she might be the one who was lost. "But what if you fall?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "What if you never rise again?" The vulnerability in her tone struck me, a reminder of how fragile hope can be, how easily it can shatter. I remember, Sisyphus breathed, his gaze piercing the night like a blade. "Every fall, every rise, every fleeting moment of triumph is a part of me now. I am both the stone and the man. I am the cycle, endless, beautiful, tragic." And with those words, the gravity of existence coiled around us, drawing us in. I felt the pulse of time slow, the heartbeat of the universe resonating with each push, each failure, and each sorrowful glance exchanged under the indifferent stars. The shadows danced around them, ominous and alive, a reminder of the fate that loomed just beyond their grasp. In that terrible, beautiful moment, I understood they were both caught in a cycle, one that would never end, yet was filled with moments of heart-stopping intensity. The push, the pull, the love, and the despair, all woven together in a tapestry too intricate to unravel. And as the stone clattered down the hill once more, I knew that this was only the beginning, a cycle that would repeat and dance in the shadows of their existence, echoing through eternity. I felt the weight of their struggles, their dreams, and the pulse of something greater, something cosmic that held them together while tearing them apart. The night throbbed with emotion, a living thing, an eternal reminder that hope and despair are two sides of the same coin, spinning endlessly through the cosmos, forever entwined. The stone rolls. Down, 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 each thud reverberates in the pit of my stomach. I stand there, breath caught in my throat, hands clammy and heart pounding like a drum in the stillness of the night. The air is thick with anticipation, electric, swirling with a sense of dread that clings like mist. A silhouette looms ahead, Sisyphus, a broken titan strapped to his eternal punishment. The moonlight glints off his sweat-drenched brow, casting shadows that dance like ghosts in the darkness. He pushes again, straining against the weight, muscles taut, teeth gritted. I can see the pain etched into his face, but there's something else, something wild, fierce, and inexplicably hopeful. "Do you think he's happy?" she whispers, her voice barely above a breath, trembling with a mixture of fear and curiosity. I turn to my side, where Anna stands, eyes wide and unblinking, like a deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car. Her hair is pulled back in a disheveled bun, strands escaping like tiny rebels. She's beautiful, but in that moment, she looks lost, like she's trying to find her way out of a labyrinth with no exit. Time seems to stop, hanging in the air like the thick fog rolling in from the sea. I can't help but feel the weight of her question pressing down on me. Happy? I scoff, yet the word lingers like a bitter taste on my tongue. How can he be happy when he's condemned to this? Day after day, forced to repeat the same futile task. The stone rolls again, a slow, ominous descent that echoes through the cavernous silence. Sisyphus's brow furrows deeper, the frustration of the moment evident, yet there's a flicker in his eyes, a spark of defiance. Maybe, Anna murmurs, maybe he finds purpose in the struggle. Her words hang in the air, heavy and loaded. She steps closer to me, the warmth of her presence pulling me in, grounding me in this swirling chaos. I can see the conflict in her eyes, a longing, an ache. She's searching for something in this absurd theater of life, a glimmer of understanding, a reason to keep pushing her own stone. But what stone do I push? I think of my own failures, the relationships I've let slip through my fingers like grains of sand. I remember the nights spent staring at the ceiling, grappling with the ghosts of my past. Is that why I'm here? To watch Sisyphus? To witness the sheer absurdity of existence, the cosmic joke played on us all? Do you think it's better to accept the struggle or to fight against it? The words tumble from my lips, unfiltered, raw. I can almost taste the desperation in them. I've seen Anna wrestle with her demons, the same demons that whisper in my ear at night, taunting me, reminding me of my failures. A part of me fears for her, worries that she might be drawn into this philosophical abyss, where happiness is a fleeting illusion, something we chase but never catch. She tilts her head, eyes narrowing as she contemplates my question. Maybe it's both, she says, and in that moment, hope surges between us like electricity, crackling and alive. Sisyphus doesn't have to be happy to find meaning. Maybe it's about embracing the absurdity, finding joy in the struggle itself. The stone is rolling again, and I can see the determination building in Sisyphus, as if he's heard Anna's words, as if they resonate deep within him. He strains against the weight, his muscles trembling, but there's a sense of clarity in his eyes now, a flicker of understanding that maybe, just maybe, the struggle is where the essence of life lies. I remember, the words escape me, soft, desperate. I remember when I thought happiness was a destination, something to be achieved. But now? It feels like an elusive shadow, always just out of reach. I glance at Anna, see the flicker of recognition in her eyes. She knows this dance of despair. What if there's beauty in the struggle itself? What if we're meant to find joy in our own Sisyphean tasks? She nods, a small smile breaking through her doubt, and suddenly, the darkness feels less suffocating. We stand beside Sisyphus, in this surreal liminal space where our own burdens feel lighter, shared. The stone rolls again, and Sisyphus's face glistens with sweat and exhaustion. Yet in that moment, there is a strange beauty to his plight, a raw, unfiltered humanity that binds us all, a reminder that our struggles are what make us real. But the shadows linger, pulling at the edges of my thoughts. What if he gives up? I whisper, the question laced with fear. What if he decides it's too much? What if he just stops? Anna's gaze sharpens, piercing through the uncertainty that envelops me. Then he loses everything. The moment he gives up, he loses his identity, his meaning. It's in the struggle that he defines himself. The weight of her words hangs between us, and I can feel the intensity building, wrapping around us like a shroud. As Sisyphus strains against the stone, the night deepens, the air thick with unresolved tension. I can feel it in my bones, the urgency of the moment pressing down, suffocating yet invigorating. Time stretches and bends, warping around us like the very fabric of reality itself. I glance at Anna, her eyes reflecting the flickering light of hope, and I realize, this is our moment, too. We are all Sisyphus, trapped in our own cycles, yet there's beauty in this shared struggle. Each heartbeat echoes the rhythm of our lives, a reminder that the struggle itself may be our salvation. I reach for Anna's hand, our fingers intertwining as we stand together in the shadows, anchored in this weighty moment. The stone rolls again, crashing down into the abyss, a sound that reverberates through the silence, a reminder of the inevitability of our struggles. The question lingers in the air, haunting yet hopeful, is Sisyphus happy? Maybe, just maybe, in the act of pushing, in the defiance against despair, there lies an answer, a glimmer of happiness, hidden in the shadows of our existence. And as we stand there, two souls intertwined in this cosmic dance, I feel the weight of it all, the burden, the beauty, the chaos, wrapped around us like an embrace. We are not alone. We are never alone. The weight of the world pressed down on Sisyphus's shoulders, the jagged stone cold against his skin, a cruel reminder of a life lived in defiance. He grunted, sweat mingling with the dust of the mountains as he struggled against the mountain's relentless slope. Each push felt like a scream swallowed whole, a soundless plea for release. He could almost hear the mocking laughter of the gods echoing across the chasm of time, their voices woven into the fabric of his curse. I remember the first time I saw him, the way his eyes darted back to the stone, wild and desperate. There was something in that gaze, a flicker of rebellion, a haunting spark of hope that refused to die. I was drawn to him, like moth to flame, feeling the surge of his despair wrap around me. He was a tragic figure, sacred yet grotesque, and the very essence of endurance. The gods had condemned him to this eternal task, a punishment for his hubris, yet there was something both tragic and beautiful in his persistence. "Why do you fight?" I had asked him, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and admiration. He paused, the stone mere inches from the precipice, his breath ragged and heavy. "Because to give in is to succumb to the void," he replied, a bitter edge to his voice. "Is it not better to struggle, even to fail, than to embrace the silence?" And there it was, the heartbeat of his sorrow, the rhythm of his defiance, a song that echoed in the darkest corners of my soul. I was caught between two worlds, the weight of my own life pressing against my chest. I had my own mountains to climb, my own stones to push, and yet here I was, in the presence of a man who bore the burden of eternity. The shadows danced around us, flickering like the ghosts of lost dreams. Each time Sisyphus almost reached the summit, the stone would slip, a cruel reminder that the gods were always watching, always laughing. I could feel the tension in the air, the palpable despair that wrapped around us like a shroud. He would scream then, a guttural sound that sent vibrations through my very core. It was a cry that cut through the silence, raw and real, echoing against the mountain walls. And then there was Eurydice, her name a whisper in the wind, a shadow flickering at the edges of our reality. She was a figure of tragedy too, forever entwined in the narrative of love and loss. Her story was woven intricately with his, a symphony of longing and grief. She had descended into the underworld, her spirit tethered to Sisyphus like a fragile thread. Whenever he paused, whenever he faltered, I could feel her presence, haunting yet ethereal, a reminder of what was at stake. I remember the nights when Sisyphus would speak of her, his voice trembling as he recalled the warmth of her smile, the way her laughter would dance in the air like sunlight. "I see her in my dreams," he would whisper, eyes glazed with a mix of longing and despair. "But the moment I touch her, the moment I grasp that warmth, she slips away, like the stone from my hands." His pain was palpable, a heavy load he bore alongside his eternal struggle. I felt the weight of it pressing against me, the echo of his longing reverberating through the silence. What was the point of this relentless toil, if not for love, for connection? The gods had stripped him of that, leaving him with nothing but the stone and the memories of a life once vibrant. Do you think the gods revel in this? I asked one night, as we sat in the flickering shadows. Do they take joy in our suffering? Sisyphus turned his gaze toward me, the fire in his eyes flickering. Perhaps they do. But maybe, just maybe, they do not understand what it is to hope, to dream. They see our struggles as entertainment, but they do not know the cost of our resilience. His words struck me, a revelation that cut deeper than the sharpest blade. In a world where futility lurked in every shadow, where every joy seemed tainted by sorrow, how could one find the strength to keep pushing? The question hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. As the sun dipped below the mountains, casting long shadows across the rocky terrain, I felt the chill of inevitability creeping in. Sisyphus stood once more at the base of his Sisyphean task, the stone looming larger than life. I could sense the moment of confrontation drawing near, the clash of hope against despair. With each push, he fought not just against the stone, but against the shadows of his own mortality, the spectre of failure that loomed over him like a dark cloud. I remember the laughter, the warmth, he murmured, almost to himself. I remember what it felt like to be alive, to love without fear. This stone, he said, glancing at the mass of rock, is nothing compared to the weight of that loss. And then, with a primal roar, he surged forward, muscles straining, heart pounding. The stone shifted, a crack in the facade of futility, and for a fleeting moment, I felt the air crackle with possibility. But just as quickly, the stone rolled back, a thunderous reminder of the god's cruelty. The sound echoed through the night, a shattering of dreams, and I could hardly breathe as I watched him stumble, the despair crashing over him like a tidal wave. He fell to his knees, gasping, and I felt it, his heart break, his struggle clawing at my own chest. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that it would be okay, but the words caught in my throat, swallowed by the weight of his despair. The shadows lengthened, wrapping around us like fingers, and I knew that this moment was just a prelude. The confrontation was not just with the stone, but with hope itself. Sisyphus was not merely pushing a boulder, he was wrestling with the very essence of existence, and I was powerless to intervene. I will rise again, he vowed, though the tremor in his voice betrayed the fragility of his resolve. I will push this stone, and I will not let it crush me. But the stone rolled back down. The laughter of the gods echoed in the silence, and I could do nothing but stand and bear witness, my heart aching with the weight of his struggle, forever caught in the cycle of desire and despair, hope and heartache. As the night deepened, I felt the air grow thicker, heavy with unspoken words and relentless tension. This was the dance of existence, an unending cycle of striving, falling, and rising once more. And in that moment, I realized that perhaps, in their own strange way, we were all Sisyphus, condemned to our own mountains, our own stones, forever fighting against the inevitable, against the silence that beckoned in the distance. With every heartbeat, every breath, the struggle continued, and the night stretched on, deep and unfathomable. The shadows whispered, the mountains loomed, and the cycle remained unbroken, an endless loop of hope and despair, forever intertwined. The clock struck midnight, and darkness wrapped the world in a suffocating embrace. A chill crept through the empty streets, where shadows whispered secrets of the damned, secrets that echoed like footsteps in the silence, a heart-wrenching reminder that existence itself often feels like a cruel joke. The weight of despair hung thick in the air as I watched Julian, his face a mask of hopeless determination, struggle against the boulder of his own making. It was a surreal scene, one that seemed pulled from the caverns of a nightmare, a relentless cycle of toil and futility. I remember when I first thought I could change it, he murmured, the pale moonlight glinting off the beads of sweat on his brow, pooling like tears of the damned. I believed I could escape. But escape was a long-lost illusion, like a fading star swallowed by the blackness of an endless night. His hands, calloused and trembling, pushed against the stone's cold surface. Each effort felt monumental, yet the boulder rolled back, mocking him, a cruel reminder that some fates are inescapable. I winced, feeling the sting of his despair reverberate within me, as if my very soul had been tied to his struggle. How could he endure this madness? Then there was Elena, standing in the shadows, her breath catching in her throat as she watched Julian's relentless battle. "It's absurd, you know," she whispered, but the bitterness in her tone betrayed her. "All this for what? A fleeting moment of hope? A dream of significance?" Her words hung heavy in the air, a bitter pill that twisted in my stomach. She understood the futility of it all, yet she was drawn to him, like a moth entranced by a flame. I remember, she trailed off, her gaze drifting to the ground, haunted by memories that bound her tighter than any chain. I remember when I thought love could save us. But look at us now. In that moment, I felt the walls of her heart crumbling. They stood together, two tortured souls caught in their own Sisyphean absurdity, bound by a love that felt both electric, bright and dark. The city around them was alive with the echoes of the past, ghosts of 1,000 lives who had also fought against the weight of their own stones. "Why do we push?" Julian shouted into the void, the sound reverberating against the cold stone walls, carrying with it the desperation of generations. "Why do we struggle when everything is destined to fail?" His words clawed at my insides, raw and visceral, as if he were peeling back the layers of my own fears. I could taste the bitterness of defeat on my tongue. Each syllable sank like a stone, heavy and cold, into the abyss of hopelessness. Elena stepped closer, her voice trembling, a flicker of something fragile breaking through her steely facade. "Because sometimes, the struggle itself is all we have," she breathed, the words spilling from her lips like water from a broken dam. "And in that struggle, we find meaning, even if it's fleeting." Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, reflecting a world that felt both impossibly vast and achingly small. The cosmos spread above them, indifferent to their plight, stars twinkling like distant promises. But here, in the grasp of their despair, all that mattered was the weight of the stone, the sensation of slipping back, the futile push forward. Yet, beneath the surface of their anguish lay a flicker of connection, a thin thread that bound their fates together against the tidal wave of absurdity. They were flawed, broken, yet undeniably alive in their struggle, each moment of pain a testament to their existence. "I can't keep doing this," Julian whispered, his voice cracking under the strain of unfulfilled dreams, each word a confession rehearsed 1,000 times in the silence of the night. "I can't keep pushing this boulder. It will always roll back." "I know," Elena said softly, stepping closer, daring to touch his arm, grounding him in the storm of his thoughts. "But we're not alone. Look at the shadows, look at all those who have pushed before us. They did not push in vain." Their eyes met, and for a heartbeat, the world around them faded, the boulder, the shadows, the mocking moonlight. In that vulnerability, I felt their connection deepen, raw and pulsing like an open wound. To face absurdity together was to defy it in its own cruel game. I remember, Julian's voice faded, replaced by a tenderness that almost made it bearable. I remember the first time we laughed, how it felt like lifting a weight off my heart, if only for a moment. Elena smiled, though it was a smile tinged with sadness, a recognition of the absurdity of joy in a world painted in shades of grey. "And I remember how it felt to dream," she whispered, leaning closer to him, their breaths mingling in the cold night air. "To hope." With every heartbeat, the tension in the air thickened, pulling them closer to a reckoning, a confrontation not just with the stone but with the very essence of their lives. They stood at the precipice of desperation, caught between what was and what could never be. The boulder loomed larger, a grotesque reminder of the eternal struggle, yet as they grasped each other's hands, their touch ignited a spark. The fight was relentless, but perhaps it didn't need to be won for it to matter. They could push together, hearts pounding, tethered by shared pain and fleeting moments of laughter, a bittersweet reminder that even in the face of despair, life could still hold meaning. The echoes of their struggles intertwined, forming a haunting melody, a cacophony of hope and heartache that surged forward, refusing to let them rest. Time slipped through their fingers, each second unyielding as they faced the inevitable. The night pulsed around them, a living entity that watched with cold, indifferent eyes. Outside the city, the world turned on its axis, the cosmos spinning above, unaware of their plight. But within this bubble of emotion, they were bound, not just to their stone but to the countless souls who had come before them, who had laughed and cried, who had pushed against the weight of existence. And so, with every breath, they continued, trapped in a story that had no end, no resolution, only the beauty of their struggle, the echo of their shared laughter, and the indelible mark of their love, alive against the abyss, always pushing, always striving. The stone rolls. It always rolls. A whisper of granite against unforgiving soil, a rhythm echoing in the hollow of my chest. My breath catches, the weight of the world rests on my shoulders. My heart pounds, a relentless drumbeat in a desolate landscape, where shadows stretch across the ground like fingers, grasping for meaning in this void. I stand at the foot of a mountain. Not just any mountain, but the one that holds my fate, my folly, my Sisyphean plight. I glance to my left, where Clara stands, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. Her brow is furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line, as if holding back words that could ignite this fragile moment. "You can't keep doing this," she whispers, the words laced with a desperation that clutches at my throat. I want to tell her that I know. That I feel the crushing weight of my own ineptitude, the futility of this endless cycle, but my tongue feels like lead. I remember when that stone was just a rock, a simple, unassuming stone. Now, it's a monstrous boulder, a manifestation of my failures, my insecurities. I am Sisyphus, cursed to push this weight up a hill, only to watch it tumble back down, time after time, like dreams deferred. The sun hangs low, casting an eerie glow, and I can hear the distant clamor of the city, pulsating with life while I am here, trapped in this silent torment. Clara's glare shifts to the horizon, where the sky bleeds into shades of crimson. "You want to change the world," she says, her voice trembling. "But you can't even change yourself." A sharp truth that stings like ice. I want to retort, to defend myself against the onslaught of her words, but the silence stretches between us like an unbridgeable chasm. I remember who I was. Who I wanted to be. But every attempt feels like a slap against reality, a mockery of my intentions. Then there's Marco, the ghost in the shadows, lurking at the edge of my mind. He embodies every regret, every choice I wish hadn't haunted me. A faded photograph of laughter echoes in my memory, yet all I can feel is the chill of his absence. What would he say? I ask myself, the question hanging in the air, heavy as the stone I push. Would he laugh? Would he mock me? Don't you dare think about him. Clara's voice cuts through the fog. He's gone. You need to let him go. Let yourself go. The words resonate, ricocheting off the walls of my heart, but they echo back with an emptiness that confounds me. How can I let go of a ghost that lingers so intimately in my veins, in the very fabric of my being? The stone wobbles slightly beneath my fingertips. I pull back, breath hitching, as the weight threatens to crush me. I can't, I confess, the admission spilling forth like a torrent, raw and unfiltered. I can't stop. Not when I've come this far. I see the flicker of understanding in Clara's eyes, a reflection of my own turmoil. She knows that surrendering means facing the abyss, and that's a journey none of us are ready to take. The night deepens, swathed in shadows that pulse like a living entity, and the air grows thick with unsaid words. I close my eyes, trying to silence the chaos, to drown out the cacophony of my thoughts. I remember Clara's laughter, bright and unrestrained, the way it used to fill the spaces between us, how it echoed like a promise of something better. You have to fight, she insists, stepping closer, her breath warm against my skin. Not just against the stone, but against yourself. But I can't. I'm tethered to this cycle, a marionette in a play of my own making. The stone rolls, ever downward, taunting me. I can feel it roll over my heart, the pressure mounting, crushing the air from my lungs. I remember Marco's smile, that carefree spark of life that now feels like a cruel mirage. What if I'm not meant to change? I whisper, and the question hangs, suspended like a ghost, a spectre that refuses to fade. Clara's eyes blaze with fierce conviction. Then change that. Change what you think you're meant to be. You're not a failure, you're learning. Her words are an incantation, igniting a flicker of hope in the darkness, but it's a fragile flame, dancing on the edge of despair. I can feel it, this delicate tension crackling between us, and for a moment, the world falls away, leaving just the two of us standing on the precipice of possibility. But then I look back at the stone, now a menacing silhouette against the night sky. The memories of the past swirl like smoke, drifting into the ether, and a shiver runs down my spine. Am I simply pushing this boulder out of habit, or is there a purpose behind this madness? I remember the whispers of dreams, the echoes of laughter, the ache of loss. With a deep breath, I grip the stone, feeling its rough edges against my palms, and push. The earth grumbles beneath my feet, a reminder of the battle that rages, not just against gravity, but within me. Clara's presence is a lifeline, an anchor against the storm swirling in my mind. Together, I mutter, though I'm not sure if I'm saying it to her or to myself. The boulder shifts, just slightly, as if responding to our collective will. Hope blooms, wild and untamed, but a whisper of doubt claws at my insides. What if it's all for nothing? The question spills from my lips, laced with vulnerability. But as I push, I can feel Clara's hand on my back, steady and warm, a pulse against the cold night. The stone rolls again, and for a fleeting moment, I hold my breath as the world stands still. The struggle is real, it's raw, but in this moment, there's a flicker of something beyond the despair. Maybe this burden isn't just mine to bear. Maybe, just maybe, in this Sisyphean endeavor, I am learning to rise. And as the echoes of our labor intertwine with the shadows, I realize this is not the end. It's merely a moment, an unfinished symphony that beckons, urging me to push, to fight, to reclaim what feels lost. The stone rolls, but so do I. And as I look to Clara and then to the horizon, the night wraps around us, vast and unyielding, a reminder that the journey is eternal. There is no end, only the relentless pulse of life, and I am still here, still fighting. The clock ticks, each moment punctuated, sharp as glass against flesh. I stand there, heart racing, a cruel symphony of silence and distant screams swirling in the air. An old man sits before me, his hands calloused, fingers trembling. He's pushing a boulder. No, it's not just a boulder, it's the weight of every mistake, every regret, every moment he wished he could erase. I feel the earth quaking beneath me. I remember the icy cold of the morning mist, how it clung to my skin, a shroud whispering secrets of the past. The city breathed, alive with the chaos of existence. Shadows danced along the cobbled streets, hiding the broken dreams of 1,000 souls. The old man grunted, sweat beading on his forehead as he wrestled with his burden, shoulders stooped, forever caught between despair and defiance. "Why do you do it?" I asked, the words escaping my lips like ghosts. "Why push that cursed stone?" He looked up, eyes like deep wells, dark and unfathomable. "Because if I stop, if I let it go, what then?" His voice cracked, a fragile note resonating in the stillness. "It's all I know. It's my punishment, my purpose." I remember her, too, his daughter, her name a soft echo in the chaos, woven with threads of sorrow and tenacity. She stood at the edge of the abyss, arms crossed, defiance painted on her face. "He's a fool," she spat, the venom sharp. "You're wasting away, father. This isn't living." She was a tempest, her emotions swirling like storm clouds threatening to burst. I could see the cracks in her armor, beneath the bravado, a heart beating too loudly, too painfully. "You can't keep dragging that thing up the mountain." But he wouldn't listen. He couldn't. I could feel the rift between them widening, fueled by fear and love, a dichotomy that was hauntingly familiar. They were echoes of my own struggles, my battles against the shadows that loom, the ghosts of past decisions that whisper in the dead of night. The city pulsed with life, its heartbeat synced with the rhythm of their conflict. I could hear the clatter of distant laughter, the cries of children unburdened by existential dread. Yet, here they were, caught in an endless loop, struggling against a reality that felt more like a curse than a blessing. "Life is not about the boulder," she shouted, fists clenched, face flushed with emotion, rage, love, desperation. "It's about what you do when you let it go. It's about living." But he was trapped, a prisoner in his own skin, the stone a constant reminder of his failures. I felt the air thicken with tension, a tightrope stretched between them, poised to snap. "Let it roll back," I whispered, the words trembling as they left my mouth, "just for a moment. Feel the freedom of release." The old man stared at me, then at the stone, the very embodiment of every burden he'd ever carried. I could almost hear the weight of history pressing down on him, the echoes of ancient philosophers murmuring, reminding him of Sisyphus, eternally damned to toil without reward. "What if I can't?" he breathed, and in that moment, the vulnerability sliced through me like a blade. But the daughter's voice rose, fierce and unyielding. "You can. You can choose to let go." I felt tears prick my eyes, the raw agony of their struggle crashing over me like waves. I remembered my own boulders, the dreams I'd buried beneath layers of doubt and fear. They pressed against my heart, and I gasped, the realization crashing over me, this was not just his fight, it was ours. In an instant, the weight shifted, the boulder leaning precariously. "Feel it," she urged, voice trembling yet fierce. "Feel the air, the light. It's not just about the push, it's about the pause, the breath before the next step." The sky darkened, clouds swirling ominously as if the universe held its breath. I could see the struggle etched on the old man's face, the moment stretched like a taut wire, ready to snap. I longed for him to step back, to feel the wind rush over him, to know there was life beyond the stone. But he hesitated. "What if it rolls back and crushes me?" A pause hung in the air, heavy, aching. I felt the fear crawl through me, a living thing. "Then at least you'll have lived in that moment," I whispered. "You'll have tasted freedom, even for an instant." I remember the clash of emotions, the electric tension in the air thick enough to choke on. The daughter's face softened, the fierce love battling against her frustration, a love that wanted to save yet couldn't bear to smother. "It's okay to let go. It's okay to be scared." And as he lifted his gaze, I could see the flicker of hope, a tiny spark fighting against the weight of despair. The stone trembled between them, a fragile line drawn in the sand. The city pulsed on, oblivious to the storm raging in the hearts of those two. Life, in all its chaotic beauty, continued to swirl around us. But in that moment, in that profound, aching stillness, the world hung in a delicate balance, between the weight we carry and the freedom we crave. I held my breath, the fear and anticipation swirling, an unseen force binding us together. Time stretched, a thin thread wrapped around our hearts, binding them in a shared struggle. "Choose," I whispered, feeling the weight of the universe settle around us. And in that heartbeat, I felt it, the raw, unfiltered truth of life. The boulders we push, the burdens we bear, they're woven into our very existence. But in the end, it's the moments we dare to release that define us, the moments we choose to breathe between the pushes. The clock ticks, and the world awaits. The stone slips from his grasp, a thunderous echo against the jagged rocks below. He watches it tumble, his heart pounding, an ancient rhythm echoing in his ears. It's the moment of surrender, when hope is stripped bare, raw, and quivering. I remember that weight, the way it presses down on the chest, a relentless reminder of futility. A heartbeat suspended in air, vibrating with despair. I can almost hear the whispered taunts, the mocking laughter of the gods, their cruel delight in our struggles. She stands beside me, fists clenched, eyes fierce yet haunted, a warrior with scars that shimmer like starlight against a darkened sky. Her name is Lyra, a name that dances on the tongue, but it feels heavy now. "We can't let him win," she cries, her voice a tempest, as though the world itself might crack open under the force of her determination. How easily the fire burns in her heart, and yet, how fragile it feels, like a single candle flickering in a storm. I can almost see her past, jagged and painful, the way it shapes her, twisting her resolve. And then there's Elias, slumped against a boulder, tracing the contours of his face with trembling fingers, as if wishing to erase the memories etched there. "Why do we even try?" he mutters, his voice a ghostly murmur lost to the howling wind. His spirit is a patchwork of shattered dreams, each piece begging to be stitched back together. I remember his laughter, once a vibrant melody, now a haunting echo, consumed by shadows. He looks up, eyes glazed with despair, and I can see the battle raging inside him, the desire to fight, yet the pull of giving in, that seductive siren song of surrender. The sun hangs low in the sky, bleeding hues of red and orange, a backdrop for our agony. It casts an otherworldly glow, transforming the stones into glimmering gems, mocking in their beauty. I can almost see the endless cycle, the mantra of Sisyphus echoing through time, a relentless push uphill only to watch it roll back, again and again, a cruel joke played by fate. Lyra turns toward Elias, her fierce spirit tempered by concern. "You have to believe," she pleads, and I feel the desperation in her words, an unrelenting wave crashing against the rocks of his doubt. But how can he believe when the cosmos itself seems to conspire against him? His shoulders sag like the weight of 1,000 stones, and I ache for him. "I remember when we thought we could change things," he whispers, each word a fragile leaf caught in the storm. "Change is the only constant," I say, though the words feel heavy on my tongue, drenched in irony. We are trapped in a cycle, just like Sisyphus, and yet, in this moment, there is a flicker, a glimmer of possibility. I can see it in Lyra's eyes, the way they spark with fierce determination, as though she could ignite a fire in the coldest hearts. She steps closer to Elias, her presence like a lighthouse guiding him back from the abyss. "Every time we push that stone, we're one step closer," she insists, and I feel the urgency in her voice, a pulse that thrums between us. It shoots through the air, electrifying the silence, filling the space with a raw, visceral energy. I can almost taste it, the bitterness of struggle, the sweetness of hope. The shadows stretch long as night encroaches, wrapping around us like a shroud. Time feels elastic, bending and twisting into a grotesque silhouette of itself. My mind races, weaving through memories, faces, moments, laughter turned to tears. Each heartbeat reverberates with a sense of urgency, a haunting reminder of the stakes. What is it to fight against the inevitable? To stand firm against the tide, knowing that failure is just a heartbeat away? Lyra's voice breaks through the fog, a clear note in the dark. "We're not just fighting for ourselves. This is for everyone who feels trapped, who feels like they're pushing a boulder up a hill, knowing it will roll back." She looks at me, her eyes alight with the fire of 1,000 suns. We are more than our struggles, we are the strength that rises from them. Elias's gaze shifts, something flickering behind those storm clouds, a glimmer of recognition. "But what if it breaks us?" he asks, and I feel the tremor in his voice, the vulnerability laid bare. "What if we lose ourselves in the fight?" I step closer, my heart racing, the air thick with tension. "What if we find parts of ourselves we never knew existed?" I challenge, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down, almost suffocating. I remember the night spent wrestling with these thoughts, the silence that stretched endlessly, taunting me with its unyielding grip. As the last rays of sunlight fade, shadows creep in, wrapping around us like a cold embrace. The air is thick with unspoken fears, the kind that cling to the skin, igniting the raw edges of our insecurities. Here we stand, at the precipice of possibility, our futures uncertain, yet intertwined. Lyra reaches out, her hand a lifeline. I watch as Elias takes it, their fingers intertwining like vines seeking the light. "We will push together," she declares, and I feel the resonance of her words, a pulse that ignites something within me, a bitter sweetness, a longing for connection. The stone looms ahead, massive and unforgiving, a testament to every struggle we've endured. I can feel its weight, its coldness, but as I take a step forward, the pulse of defiance surges through me. "Together," I whisper, as we take our places, united in our fight against the crushing inevitability of defeat. In that moment, we are more than echoes of Sisyphus, we are the defiance against despair, a fragile flame flickering wildly in the dark. We push, knowing full well the futility of our task, yet unwilling to surrender. And the stone, once a symbol of defeat, becomes our shared burden, our collective struggle, a testament to the relentless spirit that refuses to be extinguished. The night stretches on, and I can hear the whispers of the cosmos, the stars twinkling with ancient secrets, urging us onward. Together, we rise, and in that breathless moment, the cycle begins anew.